Evet. Herkes hazırsa. İş dünyasının ve sivil toplum kuruluşlarının değerli
Distinguished members of the civil society, representatives of the business world, I would like to welcome you all to our meeting called Extended Producer Responsibility and Digital Solution Proposals in Waste Management and the Green Dot Awards Ceremony. Welcome all. The program will also be broadcast on ÇEVKO TV and on the YouTube channel of ÇEVKO, the foundation. Now, very briefly, I would like to tell you about our program. First, we're going to have our opening remarks. Then we're going to have our Green Dot Industry Awards ceremony. Then we're going to have the current situation in the European Union. Our speakers will be online with us. Then we'll be talking about the circular economy in Turkey and the state of play here, and we'll have Turkish representatives here with us. Then we're going to talk about the producer responsibility and selective collection of waste in Turkey. And then we're going to talk about zero waste in the circular economy. And then we'll be wrapping up, and this important conference will end in the evening. So you can watch us live on YouTube and on ÇEVKO TV. Hello again. And now I would like to give the floor to Okyar Yer, the chairman of the ÇEVKO Foundation, for his opening remarks. Welcome all. Distinguished representatives of the Ministry of Trade, President of EXPRA, Secretary General of Pro-Europe, Board Member of Global Compact, distinguished members of the management of the ÇEVKO Foundation and all members of the Executive Board, esteemed participants. 3 days ago, we celebrated the 99th anniversary of our republic. Today is the 100th anniversary of the evolution of the Sultanate. I would like to remember our leader Atatürk with respect, who is the one who created these historic moments for our republic. And it is a fortunate coincidence that we are today celebrating the 31st anniversary of the ÇEVKO Foundation. Thank you very much for coming. I know it's an early start for the day. We're going to start first with the Green Dot Industry and Press Awards ceremony, and then we will continue with an international conference. And I would like to congratulate the companies that will be receiving the Green Dot Award and the Industry Awards and the Encouragement Awards, as well as the media representatives who will be receiving the Press Awards in advance. After the award ceremony, our theme of the conference will be Extended Producer Responsibility and Digital Solution Proposals in Waste Management, and we'll look at the state of the art in the practices in the European Union. I would like to thank all of our national and international speakers that will be sharing their valuable opinions. I also would like to thank all the sponsors of our event from the bottom of our hearts. A big thanks to ÇEVKO TV that will be moderating our event and also live broadcasting our event. And I would like to thank all of the ÇEVKO Foundation employees for contributing to the event. The ÇEVKO Foundation was established 31 years ago by companies that have internalized extended producer responsibility in Turkey. Throughout that time, we have worked to create the culture for recycling and separate collection at the source of packaging waste in Turkey. We worked together with the public authorities to create the legal infrastructure. We worked together with municipalities and licensed sorting and collection facilities. And finally, in recent years, we have been working in think tanks to help our economy transit to our circular economy, together with a struggle with climate change. I'm sorry I'm having difficulties in reading, says the speaker, because it's early in the morning and I have just been recovering from a flu. So recycling is something that we started to establish and introduce about 30 years ago. Today it is even more important. We're talking about the circular economy, and we are talking about recycling, where we are making use of waste as raw material for the economy. Of course, then waste becomes more important, because now it is part of your production process again. In developed countries, extended producer responsibility now is part of the legislation. Here we're talking about the post-consumer collection of waste by the producers. The industry itself is responsible for the collection and the use of the waste. With the move to a circular economy around the world, we see that extended producer responsibility has become even more important. Just when nobody was talking about extended producer responsibility or circular economy, we had been talking about EPR together with European Union. And from 2005 to 2020, in the 15 years as the ÇEVKO Foundation, we've been at the heart of these efforts. And the 5 years, we see in the last 5 years that extended producer responsibility is spreading in Europe with the circular economy. However, since 2020, in Turkey, we are no longer talking about this practice. So that is why we came together in this conference to look at this issue from different angles and what kind of solutions we can have. I'd like to greet you all cordially. Thank you very much. General of the ÇEVKO Foundation, Mr. Mete Imar, for his opening remarks. The floor is yours, sir. Distinguished participants, welcome to our event. We prepared this event on the occasion of the 31st anniversary of the ÇEVKO Foundation. And of course, while we were preparing for the event, we were thinking about the mission of our foundation, what we have been doing so far, and what has changed around the world and in our country. Since its establishment, the ÇEVKO Foundation has been associated with the green dot, which symbolizes extended producer responsibility. It became part of Pro-Europe, and then among the founders of EXPRA, and then finally became a member of Global Compact. This shows how our foundation is closely monitoring international developments and sharing these developments with stakeholders in our country. All of these are part of our mission. Today we are going to have an awards ceremony, and you're going to have a chance to listen to all of our institutions and companies during the conference, what we have been doing together. I would like to thank them all once again. In recent years, we know that the climate emergency, a climate crisis, is a big challenge that the world is facing. And we see that we, as a ÇEVKO Foundation, have been working for struggle against the climate crisis and a transition to a circular economy. In 2017, we had probably the first International Circular Economy Congress in Turkey, and we made a call to start a plan for a transition to a circular economy in Turkey. And during the time after the ratification of the Paris Agreement, we know that the EU Green Deal accelerated further the efforts for our country. We are pleased to see that Turkey now is a signatory to the Paris Agreement and wants to be carbon neutral by 2053. We have a climate bill and different regulations for this end. We're trying to transit to a circular economy and be in harmony with the EU Green Deal. And we work together with the Ministry of Trade. I would like to thank a representative of the Ministry of Trade for being with us to share more on this topic. We've been on a journey for 31 years, so what we are trying to do is to establish a culture of recycling and a separate collection of waste after the consumption at the source. And in recent years, we have been particularly feeding a vision of extended producer responsibility, and especially with the transition to a circular economy, this has become even more important across the world. Now, after the Green Dot Industry Awards, we'll be talking in the first session of our conference about the developments in the European Union on the circular economy, and we're going to listen to the opinions of EXPRA and different practices in member countries. In the second session, we're going to talk about the efforts in Turkey about the circular economy and extended producer responsibility. We'll see what the public authority thinks of this, and we are looking at the coordinated efforts. We'll look at the ÇEVKO Foundation's suggestions. We're going to have economic companies and entities that will be talking about their own opinions on extended producer responsibility. I'd like to thank all of the speakers of the session. Then in the third session of our conference, we'll be talking about the separate collection of waste and this responsibility of the industry. We'll be talking about different NGOs that have been working on this, on waste management, both for lighting equipment, lubricants and portable batteries and batteries in general. We'll take into account their data and their comments, and I would like to thank them again in advance for their contributions. And in our final session, we'll be talking about digital solutions. Of course, data collection is very important. We have to assess the data. That's the prerequisite. However, science and technology will help us also reduce the waste, collect it in the most efficient way, and recycle it in the best way possible. So we believe that ÇEVKO's digital solutions with different local governments, a sales point, and a licensed company will be very valuable for all of us. So thank you to all of these speakers as well. I would like to thank ÇEVRE TV for the moderation and the broadcasting of our event and the awards ceremony. I would like to thank all of my colleagues who have contributed to the event. I wish you all a fruitful and enjoyable day. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mete İmer. The program will be continuing with opening remarks, and now we have Mr. Servet Yıldırım, a board member of Global Compact Turkey. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much for inviting us to such an important event and giving us the floor as Global Compact Turkey. Sustainability, as you all know, is an issue where most of the stakeholders have to work together. At the point that we've reached, at the risk that we have for sustainable development goals, we need to be more ambitious in our goals, and we, as you all know, have to take urgent action. The business world has different resources. It is dispersed to different geographies with its value chains. It has a capability of making innovations and scale these. So the business world becomes one of the most important actors in this process. The new strategy of your Global Compact is to have a collective transition in all of the aspects. For our global problems to be solved locally, we have to take them up separately because we have different capacities at the local level, so different tools, platforms and resources have to be made available and mobilized. Together with obliged companies, we have to create concrete and measurable impact as global impact. So we believe that the business world can create a transformation, and we have to make sure that we are going into areas where we can see the solutions the most, the results the most. Globally, we're talking about urgent issues. We have several sustainable development emergencies that we have to tackle. We're not only talking about climate, energy, economic development, sustainable cities, oceans, sustainable consumption and production are all different areas that we have to address. Therefore, the circular economy and its relevant practices are important because they make all of our efforts visible. They're critical in that they also change our conventional methods. As you all know, and the foundations of a circular economy is efficiency of use of resources. When you look at companies in Turkey, you see that there are many challenges about resource efficiency because we're dependent on intermediary goods. We cannot use our resources efficiently. For a circular economy to be fully implemented, we need to have new regulations and, of course, finance and funds, which is inevitable for the transformation. And as we will be discussing today, the European Union accepted the EU Green Deal, and it's a package. So we're not only talking about decarbonization, but they're talking about industry, agriculture, construction, and many other industries that will be transformed, and sustainable circular products will be introduced in the process. The European Union's new strategy is also important for our country because we are one of its most important trade partners. For all of our industries, this Green Deal will also serve as a path for development, a roadmap for development. We have to identify differences in the respective legislations. We have to make sure how we can harmonize these, what kind of gaps we have. The circular economy approach of the European Union has to be closely examined so that we can have a reflection in Turkey's development. We have to see how the transformation can be introduced in which industries, especially in plastic packaging, food, construction. We see that these are the industries that have the highest potential of circularity. So we will need to have some changes in the Turkish legislation as well. So we have to make sure that circular economy is part of our legislation. We have to identify the needs and the opportunities. On the other hand, we also have to make investments in innovation and in research and development. And we need to be able to also improve our human capital at the same speed. From rural to urban, we have to make sure that all of the changes are reflected upon real lives. So we do have a big mission ahead. I would like to thank ÇEVKO for the role they have played so far and their contribution so far. Thank you very much and congratulations to the management. We would like to thank Mr. Servet Yıldırım, member of the Board of Global Compact Turkey. Now we'll continue with our opening speeches. Now we have the chairman of the board, Oscar Martin of EXPRA. There is a video that he would like to share with you.
Dear colleagues, dear speakers and guests, dear friends. Above all, ÇEVKO, congratulations on your 31st anniversary, which certainly marks an incredible trajectory, one that can only get better into the future. I would have really liked to join you online today, but it was unfortunately not possible for me. I'm really grateful and honored for the opportunity to address you on behalf of EXPRA on this so very special occasion. For those who might not know me, I'm Oscar Martin, CEO of Spanish Pro Ecoembes and President of the Extended Producer Responsibility Alliance, EXPRA. As such, I am proud to stand here now representing 30 non-profit pros from 28 countries, all owned by industry, serving 200 million inhabitants and recycling over 18 million tons of packaging per year. This event is actually taking place amidst challenging times in the European Union, which has set its course to become fully resource efficient and self-sufficient, closing the loop for packaging and ensuring no resource goes to waste in the first step in guaranteeing the bloc's strategic autonomy. In a bid to advance this goal, Brussels will publish by the end of November a new legislative proposal for the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive, a new piece of legislation that will, amongst all the measures, only allow recyclable packaging to be put on the market as of 2030, including rules for over-packaging as well as reduction and minimum recycled content targets. All of this while our home countries are still being very much impacted by the incipient implementation of big legislative pieces that were adopted back in 2018 and 2019 under the so-called First Circular Economy Package. In Spain, for example, by December this year, we will have a new set of obligations and measures that will take impressive efforts and investment to roll out. These policies in the making included now ambitious targets for separate collection, reduction, reuse, and recycled content that will apply to all packaging type across all streams, household, commercial, and industrial. We will as well be compelled to cover costs resulting from packaging recovery from residual waste and littering, and will bear two new taxes, a special tax on non-reusable plastic packaging and a landfill tax. What we are actually witnessing is a series of external developments that are prompting us pros to change fast. At the core of these events lies, of course, the policy machinery that is more than ever before throwing vast challenge into companies and the way our systems operate. And as over-regulation intensifies, the scope of EPR is expanding beyond industry's natural remit. This is why EXPRA's members are collectively engaged in defining a new vision and mission for the association, an exercise through which EXPRA's 30 pros will revamp their strategy to become a more strategic resource for the EU's circularity and climate goals while contributing to sustainable solutions to the energy crisis. In facing this new complex context, and although we all come from different places, with different regulatory environment and experiences, we are proud of sharing the same ambition through our commitment to circular, sustainable, and carbon-neutral packaging. We ought to reinvent our relevance and in doing so become more influential. More than ever, we need to work together to fulfill this aspiration, hand in hand with the obliged industry. Collectively moving forward especially requires long-term thinking, learning from each other, and strong cooperation. Events like this one, bringing together stakeholders from various backgrounds, allows us to share knowledge, lessons, and proposals for the future. At all times, please remember that EXPRA is yours. It is an association that is meant to support you all. And we need you. We need you. We need your help, your experience, your support to find common solutions to common problems. My very best wishes for the rest of the event and for the many years to come from ÇEVKO and EXPRA. Thank you very much.
Evet, biz de EXPRA Yönetim Kurulu Başkanı.
We also would like to thank Oscar Martin, the chair of EXPRA, this contribution. Now we'd like to turn the floor to the last of our opening speeches. We have the responsible for the EU Single Market and Green Deal Department, Ms. Didem Artunç Ünaltekin from the Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Turkey. First of all, I would like to greet everyone who are physically here and who are listening to us online. Of course, I would like to thank ÇEVKO for this organization. As you know, circular economy is a topical item on everyone's agenda. It's really important in the fight against climate change, and it's also crucial for the sustainability of our industry. ÇEVKO is doing what needs to be done for the last 31 years, and of course with the participation and contribution of its valuable members. The linear economy, that means use and throwaway economy, is different than circular economy. The circular economy means use and transform into something more beneficial. So in that sense, the utilization of the product is as important as what's going to happen to this product afterwards. And it has to be designed accordingly. And consumers are as important as the producers in this system. To put it in simple words, if you imagine your life at home, the packaging materials of the drinks that you drink, the cargoes that you receive at home are all thrown away. But in the new era, these will be considered as new raw materials, because soon they will be used in our industry, and we will have to use at a certain percentage some recycled materials. That has to become more widespread, and the behaviors of the consumers will have to be shaped accordingly. So in that sense, as the public sector, we are visiting throughout Anatolia, and we are talking about the Green Deal as well as explaining what we have been doing. We are organizing seminars and meetings. We have our industry representatives. We meet together with them, with our umbrella organizations. So the second pillar, which is the producer's responsibility, is very important to strengthen this move. At that point, we can include this with some social responsibility projects into our curriculum, and it can be made part of our educational programs. And circularity could become an inseparable part of our lives in the future. In this afternoon, we will have participants from the EU and from the industry, and they will talk about the details and technical aspects of this issue. But in the opening speech, I wanted to draw your attention to what ÇEVKO has been doing in that sense. We have seen the public spots, we've seen it in the opening movie. We have computer games for children, we have magazines. So ÇEVKO has been doing all that, and I believe this is very valuable. And I hope and believe that this will continue in the future, both by ÇEVKO and by our industry. As I end my words, I want to thank once again ÇEVKO, and I want to congratulate the recipients of ÇEVKO awards. I wish you a successful and enjoyable day. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Didem Artunç Ünaltekin. This is the end of our opening speeches. Now we have the awards for recyclable items, renewable energy, sustainability, which is now becoming more and more popular compared to the past. So we want to increase awareness. We want to talk about it more with concrete projects. These meetings have this aim. In these international meetings and summits, these topics are being discussed more frequently compared to the past. The main topic of today's meeting is the circular economy and the latest situation in the European Union on the transition to the circular economy. Now we have the award ceremony for Green Dot Awards. There have been many successful projects and they have been awarded with these efforts. So let's start this award ceremony. Now I want to turn the floor to my colleague Deniz Şafak to present the awards. Hello everyone. First we have a movie and then we will share information about Green Dot. So after this short movie, let us talk about what Green Dot is. I'll give you some brief information about that. But before that, I would like to thank our golden sponsors GCA, silver sponsors Carrefour'sa, Coroplast and Uludağ, and bronze sponsors Anadolu, Isuzu, PepsiCo, Procter & Gamble and Unilever. We'd like to thank all of these sponsors. So, what is Green Dot? Let us talk about some details and some numbers. We will see our presentation on the screen. Green Dot is a symbol of extended producer's responsibility. Economic enterprises are packers, fillers and importers, and it means that with the recovery of these packaging materials, they provide financial gains and contributions. It's a registered trademark organized and represented by ÇEVKO. Pro Europe was established in Brussels in 1995. It's a non-profit organization. Members of Pro Europe are constituted by 31 countries and 31 packaging recovery associations. Members of Pro Europe are using the Green Dot as a symbol to represent the financial contribution that they are making in the recovery and recollection of packaging materials. As consumers, we have to be selective at that point, and the main task of Pro Europe is to provide the license, the utilization license of Green Dot for the national collection associations. ÇEVKO Foundation became a member of Pro Europe in 2003, became a member of the family of European recovery organizations, and became the sole license holder of the Green Dot Association. And 31 associations from different countries are using the Green Dot. More than 150,000 companies are using the Green Dot on their packaging materials, and the population benefiting from the Green Dot recovery systems are more than 540 million people, and I hope and believe this will increase further. Every year, the packaging materials signed by the Green Dot trademark is more than 500 million. The utilization of Green Dot in Turkey is on voluntary basis. In 2022, more than 1,080 companies obtained the Green Dot license from ÇEVKO Foundation. Why are the companies using the Green Dot? In terms of recovery, and recycling, it's one of the most prestigious brands of Europe, and it's part of the industry responsibility. It's an indicator of industry responsibility, and the economic enterprises are able to announce to the consumers that they are providing financial contribution by recovering their packaging materials. As consumers, maybe when we see the green dot on their packaging material, we can tell that they are providing this financial contribution, and it's really important for international companies. And there was a perception study carried out by ÇEVKO among consumers. I would like to share some information with you regarding that, because these numbers are a clear sign of what's going on in the market. 7 out of 10 people recognize the green dot symbol, and 1 out of every 3 persons who recognize the green dot prefer to buy products containing the green dot license on their packaging. In that survey, we know that the consumers believe that these companies are environmentally friendly, have a high responsibility, and they provide recycling support. The Green Dot Awards organized by ÇEVKO has 3 categories, and I know that the excitement is quite high in these categories. First of all, the Industry Awards of Green Dot. It's one of the categories. It shows the sustainable recovery efforts have been carried out, and it is much more than mere legal obligations, and these efforts have to be awarded. It is also an incentive to support these economic enterprises who carry these endeavors. Also, we have press awards. Since 2010, ÇEVKO has been awarding press institutions who have been supporting the Green Dot. It's also really important. We also have student awards aiming at college students in packaging design, waste management, and social responsibility. We want to contribute to the participation and partnership between universities and private sector. The youth are very important because they will be adults in the near future, and we will leave this world to our future generations. That's why this is becoming more important for the youth. So after discussing the details of Green Dot, now I want to turn to our subject, because I know that the excitement level is quite high. So before that, ÇEVKO is up. We have a speech by Ursula Dennison, and then we will have the award ceremony.
Hello to the annual Green Dot Awards. In the past, I have been with you in Istanbul to celebrate, and in the last years it hasn't been possible because of COVID, and this year unfortunately I cannot make it either, but I did want to leave you with heartfelt greetings, much success for your event, and especially much success for the circular economy and producer responsibility, because that is what the Green Dot is all about.
Başarılar dilemek istedim çünkü yeşil bu konularla ilgili. Bu zamanımızın çok zor bir zaman olduğunu biliyorum. Ve komşularımızda savaşlar olmakta, enerji krizi olmakta, tedarik zinciri sorunları yaşanmakta, enflasyon. Tüm bunlar akıllarımızda, tüketicilerin akıllarında ve aynı zamanda üreticilerin ve sanayinin üzerinde bir döngü oluşturuyor. Ve bu zorlu zamanlar aslında konuların zaman zaman bir kenara itilmesine sebep oluyor. Mesela üretici sorumluluğu gibi soyut bir konu böyle zamanlarda bir yana bırakılabilir. Geri dönüşüm, döngüsellik gibi konular aslında önceliklerini kaybedebilir böyle zorlu zamanlarda. İşte tam da bu noktada ben size bir tavsiyede bulunmak istiyorum. Bu konuları
at the end of your list
lütfen listenizin sonuna
Because we all
koymayız.
know
Çünkü hepimiz biliyoruz
that
ki
as producers and as industry,
üreticiler ve
we can
sanayi
play a
olarak
vital and
biz
active role in
yaşamsal
dealing
ve
with current
etkili bir
challenges
rol
regarding
oynayabiliriz.
circularity,
Döngüsellikle ilgili
especially
zorlukları
with
ele
regard to
alırken.
plastic packaging.
Özellikle de plastik
And
ambalaj
used plastic
konusunda.
packaging
Bu
will not
plastik
just go away.
ambalaj
We all know
kullanımı
that.
ortadan
And it is very
kalkmayacak.
visible
Bunu biliyoruz.
to
Bu
consumers,
gözle
to
görülen bir
NGOs,
şey.
and
Tüketicilerin,
to politicians.
STK'ların,
And so it
politikacıların
will
bildiği bir şey.
retain attention.
Dolayısıyla bu
And
konuya
in
dikkat
Europe
etmeye
already,
devam edeceğiz.
plastic packaging
Avrupa'da
is under a lot of
plastik
pressure,
ambalaj
is
şu an
being
zaten
charged with
baskı altında.
additional fees
Üzerine
for
ek bir takım ücretler
recyclability, for
uygulanıyor.
littering, an extra plastic
Kirlilik
tax is
vergisi,
being
ekstra
introduced in
plastik
a lot of
vergileri
EU
gibi
member states,
uygulamalar getiriliyor Avrupa
putting a
Birliği
lot of pressure
ülkelerinde
on this particular material.
bu materyal
And
üzerine
one
özel bir
solution
baskı
to the plastic
yaratılıyor.
problem, and I may
Plastik
say the
sorununun bir
most
çözümü,
important one,
bence en
is
önemlisi olduğunu
the
söyleyeyim.
reliable and
Güvenilir
credible
ve
recycling of
itibarlı geri
plastics.
dönüşümdür plastik konusunda.
If it is back into packaging, all
Yeniden
the better,
ambalaj
but
olarak
also
kullanılabilir
into products.
ve ürün olarak
But we should
kullanılabilir.
all work towards
Hepimiz
an environment where
böyle bir
plastics do
ortama
not end up in
hazırlanmalıyız. Yani
landfills or even
plastiğin
worse,
atık
in
toplama
oceans.
alanlarına gitmediği, daha da kötüsü
But where
okyanuslara atılmadığı bir
plastics
dünya
will
için
be collected
çalışmalıyız.
reliably,
Plastiklerin güvenilir bir şekilde
recycled, and
toplanıp
turned
geri
into
dönüştürüldüğü bir
high
alan
quality
için
secondary
çalışmalıyız.
materials.
Böylece yüksek
Because that
kaliteli
will make
ikincil
us all
materyaller
less
üretilmelidir.
dependent
Çünkü
on fossil fuels,
böyle
which is
yaparsak
something
fosil
think we all
yakıtlara daha
understand
az
that we
bağımlı
have to
hale
work
geliriz.
harder towards.
Hepimizin bunu yapabilmek için
So,
daha çok çalışması gerektiğini
as the
anlıyoruz.
green dot
eminim ki.
is the symbol
Yani yeşil
for
nokta
extended producer
genişletilmiş
responsibility
üretici
of
sembolü,
packaging,
üretici
it includes
sorumluluğu
all
sembolü
those
olduğu için
messages
tüm bu
to
mesajları içerir.
politics, to
Politikacıların,
consumers, that
tüketicilerin
you as industry,
ve
you
sizlerin
as
sanayi
producers,
olarak,
together
üretici olarak
with the whole packaging
birlikte
value chain,
tüm ambalaj değer
work
zincirinin
hard,
içinde
not
daha
always
yoğun
perfect,
çalışması
but
gerektiğini
work
gösterir. Her
hard
zaman mükemmel
towards,
olmayabiliriz ama daha çok çalışıp
more recycling,
daha
more
fazla geri
credible
dönüşü
um,
ve daha
producer
güvenilir
responsibility
üretici
solutions
sorumluluğu
and
çözümleri
more
getirmemiz
progress
gerekir.
with regard
Bu alanda
to
daha büyük
circularity.
ilerleme kaydedip döngüsel ekonomiye
So with this
katkıda
message, I
bulunmamız
would like
gerekir.
to
Bu mesajı da
leave
verdikten
you.
sonra
Thank you
size
again
bir kez daha
for
teşekkür
giving
ediyorum.
me a couple minutes of your
Birkaç
time.
dakika bana ayırıp
And,
dinlediğiniz
I
için
hope you have a
teşekkür
wonderful
ediyorum.
day and
Umuyorum çok
evening,
güzel bir
and,
gün geçirirsiniz.
I am looking forward to
Ben de
hopefully joining you
Umuyorum
next year
ki sizlere
in
önümüzdeki sene İstanbul'da
All the
katılabileceğim.
best. Bye bye.
Teşekkürler. En iyi dileklerimle. The General Manager of Pro Europe, Ursula Dennison, would like to thank you for your contribution in this special day. Now we are moving towards our award ceremony, but not yet, because these awards have been given with a meticulous effort. Now we will explain this whole process. The head of our jury, Aslan Arıkan, is invited to the podium to talk about the process of selecting the candidates. Distinguished members of ÇEVKO Foundation, recipients of Green Dot, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, the Green Dot Industry Awards is now here. We would like to welcome you once again. My name is Aslı Arıkan, the Secretary General of the Packaging Material Industrialist Association, and I am here. As you know, the recipients of Green Dot have been working on sustainable recovery efforts, and since 2014 ÇEVKO has been organizing the Green Dot Awards. We have completed the 6th cycle of these awards process. Before I give you more information about the whole process, if you allow me, I would like to thank all the applicants, all the jury members, and the persons who have contributed in this process. I want to talk about how they have worked. We also have a presentation. First of all, I would like to present the members of our jury. Here are the names of the jury members. This is an alphabetical list, but I have listed them in accordance with their institutions also. If you allow me, I would like to read their names. We have Arkan Creative Arts University Associate Professor Emre Günal, representative from Boğaziçi University Environmental Sciences, Sustainable Development Clean Production Research and Development Center, the chairperson, Sustainable Campus Coordinator, Professor Nilgün Cılız. From ÇEVKO Foundation, Public and External Relations, Alpan Öztürk, Economy Journalist Association, the chair of the committee, Celal Topar, Hasan Salih Acar from the Packaging Materials Association, Flexible Packaging Materials Association, Erbil Büyükbay, and Secretary General of the Business World Association, Gonca Çalkavuk. Distinguished jury members, I would like to thank you once again for all your efforts in this evaluation process. Companies who have signed a license agreement of Green Dot, we have small and medium-sized enterprises, and we have two categories of sizes. We had three categories for the awards. One of them was the packaging and prevention applications, waste management system and applications, and environmental and social responsibility category. When companies applied to our jury, and the whole process was carried out in a digital environment. We had a two-stage assessment process. In the first stage, there was a special software which we used in order to ask questions, and companies answered their questions through the same software. For small and medium-sized enterprises, we had 60 or more grades, and for larger size enterprises we had a threshold of 70 or more grade, and those companies who had higher than these grades were shortlisted for the second stage. And 25 projects out of a total of 40 were accepted as finalists, and they have given more information about their applications on the 25th and 26th of August 2022. They shared information with the jury members. In both stages, the grading was done out of a maximum of 100. The first stage had a weight of 40%, and the second stage had a weight of 60%.
Değerlendirme sonrası.
After the assessment, the applications were ranked according to their scores. I've decided on 7 encouragement awards and 8 industry awards, and I would like to congratulate all of the companies that have been seen worthy of the award. Distinguished guests, every year the quality of applications increases, and with our colleagues on the jury we have been working together for a long time, and we are very pleased to see that companies are developing each year. Green Dot Award owners really contribute to the society and all environmental efforts. So somehow, together, we are contributing to the sustainable future of our country. I would like to congratulate the ÇEVKO Foundation for the Green Dot Industry Awards and the whole process. Once again, I would like to congratulate all of the industrial companies that are putting sustainable manufacturing processes at the heart of their work, and thank you very much to all of you. So Ms. Aslan Arıkan will be staying here with us. I also would like to invite the jury members to the stage. We have the Secretary General of ÇEVKO, Mete İmer. Please could you join me on the stage? We have our tokens of appreciation coming up. Do we have our other jury members among us? I can help you with that if you like. We would like to thank our very valuable jury members because they have contributed significantly to this important day. Now let's start with the encouragement awards. Now I would like to invite board member Burçin İmer to the floor to give the awards for encouragement. We have Carrefour'sa now with the eco-friendly plate. We have Bahar Tura and her team, Merve Şahin and Gizem Öztürk, who will receive their awards. Miss Bahar and Miss Merve, please stay with us on the stage because you have one more award. I would like to invite your team member, Turgut Köktemur, to the stage as well. You had a multiple use register, and the second encouragement award goes again to Carrefour'sa. Now we have the last encouragement award. We have Monocore Boiler Box by Monditire Kutsan. We would like to invite the manager for design, Ecil'in Bence, and the responsible colleague in design, Eren Taray, to receive their award. Congratulations and thank you. That would be the end of our encouragement awards. Now we continue with the industry awards. We have 2 Green Dot Industry Awards. For the first award to be given, we would like to invite board member of the ÇEVKO Foundation, Mr. Abdullah Gayret, to the stage. And the first award goes to Pepsi for their 100% recyclable PET bottle use and packaging weight reduction project. I would like to invite the head of their supply chain factories, Alper Ayberk, and the plant manager of İzmir, Gülten Mutludereli. And now we would like to ask Gülten Mutludereli to tell us more about the project that received the Industry Award. Hello, my name is Gülten Mutludereli. I am the plant manager of the İzmir plant at Pepsi. First of all, I would like to thank the ÇEVKO Foundation, the board members and the jury members. I would like to thank you all on behalf of my company and all of our production plants for seeing us worthy of this award. In Pepsi, what we are trying to do is to win by creating benefits in our community. We are trying to lead our community with our projects. I'm very pleased to be here on this platform. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to talk about a project that we had in the carbonated drinks category. We talk about 100% recyclable PET bottles and our projects of weight reduction. So before I move on to the details of our project, I would like to tell you more about our sustainability mission and vision. As PepsiCo, we are the second largest food and beverages company of the world, and our mission is to create more smiles with every sip and every bite on our consumers' faces. So we want to win with our vision and our performance. We are in a global food system. With the pandemic and the economic conditions that we're facing, we can say that we are going through hard times. The population is growing. Different parts of the world have unequal access to resources. We have a higher climatic and environmental impact. So companies like us, leading companies, have to take fast action and make strategies for the future, and we have to implement them today. So as PepsiCo, we have been working to reduce our negative impact on the global food system. We really attach great importance to reducing this impact, and we have different practices for this. PepsiCo has introduced a new strategy called PepsiCo Positive. We introduced it last year. It is actually an overarching strategy of all our activities we had been carried out so far. Pep Positive for us is indeed a way of considering the limits of our planet. We are trying to promote a positive change both for our world and our people, and to be trying to create value through this. We have three important categories where we take action. Very quickly about these categories. First, you have positive agriculture. We are, as I've said, one of the leading food companies in the world. So whatever we produce creates a lot of agricultural activity. At that stage, it's very important how you supply your crops. We want our suppliers to be empowered. We want to have innovative agricultural practices. This is a priority and something that we attach importance to. The second one is a positive value chain. For all of the products that we introduce to the market, we have to be environment friendly. We want it to be recyclable. We want it to be recoverable economically. So we want to create value at every stage of the process. That's why we have these two projects today that were given the awards. As for positive choices, we are committing ourselves to always giving a better choice for our consumers. And here you see our sustainable packaging vision. Plastic should never be seen as waste. That's our vision for the world. So we want to reduce plastic packaging, recycle it, and rediscover it in all our efforts. At this stage, we wanted to use recyclable PET bottles. As PepsiCo, we have been working on this project for many years. We have many experts in their field, in our teams. We've had hundreds and thousands of trials for these projects. And in our own category, the carbonated drinks category, we are the first of its kind. At the very beginning of the project, we had a commitment to our customers. We said we're going to deliver high quality. But first we started with 50% recycled PET bottles. Then in 2022, we took our R&D efforts one step ahead, and we created the first 100% recycled PET bottle in the carbonated drinks category. We started with the 1 liter SKU, and now we are promoting it in the other SKUs and other categories as well. So as of 2022, in our PET portfolio, we can proudly say that 33% of our bottles are recycled plastic. And our goal is to be 100% recycled in all the plastic bottles categories in 2025. I would like to tell you a bit about the technology involved. The 100% recycled PET bottle technology is not very common in our country. So we have a clean polymerization process. It's an end-to-end effort with all specialists and experts in their field. I can openly say that they are leading the industry with that, and I can proudly say that these are our team members. And again, we can proudly say that this is the first 100% recycled PET bottle in the carbonated drink category. It is the work of PepsiCo, and in the first 5 months of 2022, we have reduced 2.3 million kilotons of raw materials. This is 82,915 kilograms of greenhouse gas emissions that have been prevented only in the first 5 months of this year. Weight reduction is again another important goal for us. So it's not only recycled packaging, but for all bottles where we're using plastic, we are working on ways of minimizing the plastic content. Again, for 2022, we had 9 main categories, and 5 of them we reduced the weight of plastic packaging. Again, We have a commitment to our customers of high quality, but we looked at our processing parameters and made improvements in our processes. And as a result, for the only first 5 months of 2022, we recycled 4,289 kilograms of PET bottles and prevented 176 kilograms of greenhouse gases emissions. So that would be the end of my presentation, but with the positive vision, we'll continue to contribute to a sustainable future. Thank you very much for your attention. We would like to thank Gülten Mutludereli and Pepsi for their project. We had given them the first industry award. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Figan Soykut, head of the executive board of the ÇEVKO Foundation, to deliver the second industry award. And then the next award winner is Sırma Group Beverages with their Sırma eco-friendly ultra-lightweight bottle design. I would like to invite Melis Çatalkaya Ararat to the floor, who is in charge of packaging development. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Ms. Melis Çatalkaya Ararat to the podium to deliver her presentation on the project. Hello everyone, welcome. My name is Melis. I'm a packaging developer. I have been working in Danone for 2 years, and today I'm going to talk about the ultra lightweight glass bottle Sırma. Now, our motto is One Planet, One Health. What is this about? We believe that the health of the planet and the health of our people are interconnected. So everything that we drink and eat as we consume it also brings along a responsibility for choice. So One Planet, One Health is actually the name of this responsibility. We're using our resources for this vision. We want to make health, food, and water available to more people, as many people as possible. So sustainable food and beverages is our slogan in this. So what have we been doing? For instance, last year we made sure, okay, they're asking the speaker to move closer to the microphones. Okay, we prevented 1,600 tons of carbon dioxide emissions last year, which is around 25,000 10-year-old trees. We have reduced the water consumption of our water bottling facility by 14%. We have our Hayat brand where we have 100% recyclable materials. Now I would like to tell you about ultra lightweight glass bottle.
How did we start this project? As I said, we had a vision of single planet, single health, and we wanted to differentiate in design in our bottle. As you can see, this bottle contains 20% less glass than its competitors, has a 15% smaller carbon footprint, is environmentally friendly, is accessible, has a reasonable price, and it's the lightest glass bottle in Turkey. We have collaborated with Şişe Cam company. First of all, we dreamed of this bottle, we designed it in a computerized environment, and we implemented this design. We prepared it in a digital environment. It was designed as resilient against impact. After this design, we've done the transport test analysis, and then we presented this bottle to our consumers. These are very soft lines, and as you can see, the water is able to reach out to all of the corners of this bottle, and it's designed in accordance with the consumer's needs. That's why all the details and all the curves have a meaning. In this design, we have 30% less weight in comparison with the lightest bottle, and it is also aesthetically beautiful. It is a good proof that we can have both. We've seen the previous design and the new design. You can see the differences between the two versions. The existing Sırma bottles have 330 milliliters. They have 18% less weight, and in the second version we also reduced the amount of weight, and the gain that we benefited from this design was 1.5 million Turkish lira. To summarize, with its innovative and light design, this glass bottle, Sırma, is environmentally friendly, and it has the potential to redirect the whole market, and that's why I am proud of being this member of this team, and I'm proud of this award. Thank you, and I would like to thank our team also who helped us in doing this. So we'd like to congratulate Sırma Group and Melis for this important effort. These award ceremonies show how important these small touches are and how environmentally friendly products are important for us. Now we've completed the Packaging Materials Awards. Now we will talk about waste management systems and applications. First, we have the Encouragement Award. We have the chairperson of ÇEVKO Foundation, Okyar Yayalar, to present the award in encouragement category. And the Encouragement Award goes to Suadiye Factory, Frito-Lay, with their applications. We have the plant manager of Gıda Suadiye Factory, Olcay Kapılar. So now we have the Industry Awards. Now we'd like to invite Mr. Atahan Özgüney, the board member of ÇEVKO Foundation. Sustainable and Digital Zero Waste Management System. The award goes to Anadolu Isuzu. Now we have the Operational Functions Group Director Hakan Özgenç. We will present the award to him. Thank you. The details of the project will be explained by the Environment and Sustainability Director of Anadolu Isuzu, Ms. Pelin Yazıcı. Hello everyone, my name is Pelin Yazıcı. I'm the Sustainability and Environmental Director of Anadolu Isuzu. First of all, we are grateful to be a recipient for this valuable award, and I would like to share the details of our project with you. Our purpose in this project was to meet our targets of carbon neutral activities by 2050, and our contribution was made possible with this project. We are using recyclable biocomposites materials in our vehicles. We had to increase the content of these recyclable materials as well as reduce the waste amount coming out of our production. In Anadolu Isuzu factory, we are employing approximately 1,000 people, and 60% of our employees are working in our production lines and 40% are working in the offices. So the waste management projects have been explained in 2 chapters, in offices and in production. For zero waste follow-up, we completed a kit containing 5 elements. In these equipments, we have adopted the application of digital zero waste, and we had an app that we called Biriktir app. I will show you a brief video about that. As you can see on this video, on the waste boxes, we have added QR codes and we transformed our system into a digital one. Thanks to that, we were able to follow up the recycling activities of our employees, and we have activated a rewarding system for these employees. The second application concerned production lines. Packaging of waste and processes have been addressed in this project. We've included numbers on packaging materials, and the weights of these boxes were recorded into a system. And on a monthly basis, we have shared the results of waste disposal, and the leaders of the group with highest scores were awarded. Alongside with all these efforts, based on the models of our vehicles, we have a specific code, and you can see the waste outcomes of 2 separate vehicles. And finally, the outcome of all these projects have ended up in fewer waste management. As of 2019, we have reduced our waste by 51%, and on a yearly basis we are improving our waste target, and we continue our efforts accordingly. I would like to thank all of my colleagues, Anadolu Isuzu family, the environmental group, and ÇEVKO Foundation, who have given us this award. Thank you very much. Now we continue with the Green Dot Industry Awards. The next award will be presented by the Secretary General of ÇEVKO Foundation, Mr. Mete İmber. The next industry award will be the separation at source for packaging materials. The award goes to Migros. And we'd like to invite the Quality and Environmental Management Director from Migros, Ms. Hülya Günay. Congratulations. Now, the Environmental Director of Migros, Birgülcan Tüysüz, will talk about the details of this project. Distinguished participants, firstly, I'd like to thank ÇEVKO on my behalf and on behalf of Migros family. I would like to greet everyone cordially. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to extend our gratitude to ÇEVKO Foundation, distinguished members of the jury, and participants. As Migros, we are working on sustainability and we are taking important steps, and I'm here to talk about one of these steps. It's a separation at the source based on our stores. First of all, let me give you some general information. As you all know, as Migros, we have activities in 81 provinces, more than 2,600 stores. Alongside with our physical stores, we have online and mobile channels through which we provide shopping experiences for all types of needs. We are focusing on sustainability on all our activities. We have also been awarded 8 times in the Stock Exchange Sustainability Index, and we are the first retail company to receive this award. As you know, as of July 2019, the zero waste regulation came into practice, and it concerned chain stores and shopping malls also. And we were obligated to establish a zero waste system. As Migros, in this context, we have fulfilled all our obligations in line with this regulation. We completed our applications. We obtained our license of zero waste. So we are collecting operational waste on all our stores. We are separating them at the source, and we are sending out related reports. Let's talk about our project. Why did we do this store-based separation at the source project? The first target was more efficiency and sustainability. When we talk about efficiency, of course the purpose was to create benefits, to contribute into the country's economy, and to establish unique software. In sustainability, we wanted to have traceability based on packaging materials. We also wanted to contribute to our country's targets, also to contribute in circular economy. That's why we have started this project. Project steps. Actually, we had 6 steps in our project. First, it's about quality and environmental processes. Then it was about systems infrastructure to provide information models. In store management, reporting and management reporting were also important topics for us. In quality and environmental processes, first we had to choose a licensed company, and while selecting a licensed company, we have prepared our specifications so that they can have a weight scale system in their vehicles. That's our most important condition. And after they integrated the weight scale system in their trucks, we start to work with licensed companies. In systems infrastructure for traceability, our first target was to define a location, like where to dispose the waste. And this has to be done with a systematic software. For that, we had to instruct the licensed companies to develop a software so that we can follow instant data on a regular basis. In the revenue model, which will be done in the near future, we will look at our sales points, and the gain of this project will be reflected on our sales points as a revenue. Our purpose here is for our stores to separate packaging waste at the source and to take ownership of this project. Communication in stores was carried out. We provided online trainings before this project. We also prepared automated reporting for our senior management. We have developed this system from our screens that we are using internally. About the project. Our stores separate paper and plastic packaging materials at the source. After they separate that in a certain route, the vehicles reach the stores. After the vehicles reach the store, they weight scale this waste, and they prepare a document. One copy is left to the store, and one copy is given to the buyer, which is the licensed company. With this app, where to dispose the waste, we will do the following. The licensed company and the staff driving the vehicle, they will go to the store, and in all of the stores they will use this barcode system to scan the product, and they will weight the goods, the waste. And after they weight the waste, they will use the app to enter the weight of the waste, and they will prepare a voucher with this mobile app. We will see the amount of the weight of the packaging material, whether it's paper or plastics, and we will enter this information into the system. This is a system that we developed ourselves, and as you know, all the packaging waste licensed companies who are not using this licensed system, they separate these wastes from different points, and the waste is then sent to a licensed company, and the amount given to us will just be an average. But with this system we will have a specific weight, and you can see the weight scale on the vehicle, on that truck. And if they cannot establish this weight scale system, they can use another system which we call Geraskal system. The app Where to Dispose the Waste is helpful because we can directly monitor from which store we are collecting the waste, and I have the admin authorization, so I can see where the waste is located at. And the stores will send their requests through this online app, and they will not use any time by using a telephone. So we can download the reports, we can see time intervals and the stores, we can see the report in a cumulative manner, and if there are any complaints or equipment requests, we can also see that through this app. We can send this information to the licensed company, and our stores can send this request to our licensed company. For the last 1 year period, since the first 6 months of 2021 until the second half of 2022, a total of 742 tons of waste have been separated at the source. Compared to last year, this amount represents an increase of 35%. And with the route plannings, the greenhouse gas emissions were reduced. I'd like to thank you for your attention. So the industry awards continue. Now we are in the same category, waste management system. The next award will be presented by board member of ÇEVKO Figan Soygut. In water and steam recycling project and digitalization in waste reduction, the award goes to Pepsi. Supply Chain Factories Director Alper Ayberk and İzmir Factory Manager, Plant Manager Gülten Mutludereli. I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Gülten Mutludereli to talk about the details of the project. Thank you. For a sustainable food system, we believe these activities are very important, and we are proud to see that our activities have been awarded on this platform. And I want to thank all of you on behalf of my colleagues who have contributed in this project. I'd like to thank the members of the jury and the esteemed members of ÇEVKO Foundation. We are here to do even more, and let me begin my presentation. We have a sustainability mission at PepsiCo. As I have shared this in my previous presentation, I will skip this part. But at this point, I would like to re-emphasize that as PepsiCo, we are willing to reverse the negative impact on the global food chain, and we have a positive vision. We are striving to do more for a sustainable future. In our İzmir plant, we have the following activities. The factory was established in 1978, and it is one of our 6 factories in Turkey. Our umbrella vision is the PEP Plus vision. In line with that vision, our purpose is to establish a sustainable waste management system. And every year we are strengthening our water and energy projects. We are using this to advance our performance as well as to create value on all the steps of our activities. In this manner, we have three main categories. Our first category is the sustainable waste management system. In our factories, all of the waste that comes out of our activities, we are remapping these wastes in every year, and we are willing to recycle and reuse, and in order to do that we have different initiatives.
Geri kazanım ve geri
For recovery and reuse, we aim to reduce packaging waste every year, and for the remaining part we want to have a 100% recyclable material. So we hope that we're going to have a zero waste certificate. That was our hope, and we already received it. So that's why that was the crown for our efforts. And for waste to become 100% recyclable, we have already achieved our targets. Of course, economic conditions are changing. Countries' economic challenges are different with the effect of the pandemic. In recent years, all leading companies have become more digital and leaner. All of these practices have become more important. As PepsiCo, what we do at the Izmir factory is we work on digitalization. In the last 1 year, 2.4 tons of paper was prevented from becoming waste. So I can be proud to say that. I would like to share with you the leading 5 projects in this area. So, of course, our performance system feeds on the feedback of our people. We have a near-miss system and a suggestion system. We have placed kiosks in different places of the factory, so we try to get the feedback from our employees as well. The second one is we have our subcontractors and our visitors. We have an online entry module where we collect their electronic documents in order to allow them to enter the facility. Thirdly, we have a security information system. We had forms that we had to fill out, but now we're using QR codes instead of paper. So it's fast, paperless, and correct and complete. Another important project was to use tablets and smart PCs in our quality labs and the digital environment for all of our orders. Plus, we continue to work in all of the different areas of the factory to go paperless. Another category for us is positive water management. Of course, yes, we have a growing population, we have an increasing environmental impact, and we do have limited energy resources. However, we need to take action to reduce the use of water. As a beverage company, we do many CIP procedures that we call sanitation, cleaning in place. So we detected that there is an excessive use of water in that process. When we look at plans of PepsiCo in Europe, you will see that we are actually a role model for them. We have a 5-step CIP process, and we reduced the use of water in the last stage and had a lot of savings in water consumption. In the second part of our management process, we looked at the frequencies of cleaning in place, and we have now longer intervals. And then thirdly, we have the 3-step cleaning in place procedure. Now it's a single step with less chemical use and less water use. And I can proudly say that with these 3 projects that we have implemented at the Izmir plant, we have brought back 3.3 million liters of water back into the system. We also have significant projects in energy management. Each year we are building on what we have done before. Now we have our steam system project. We are now collecting the condensed water at the floors. Now we're using, again, fewer chemicals, less water and less energy. I can again proudly say that we have saved 453,000 kilowatt hours of electricity in the system, and we have prevented 223 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. in our projects. So what are the gains? We have now 100% recycling in our packaging. So we have already achieved our target for 2025. In 5 years, we have prevented the disposal of 560 tons of waste. With the digitalization, we have saved 2.4 tons of paper. We have recovered 3.3 million liters per year of water and brought 453 kilowatt hours of energy back into the system. So in closing, I would like to thank all my leaders, my manager for motivating us and inspiring us with commitment, with courage. I've seen all our teams, my team in Izmir. Thank you very much and thank you for being with us on the floor. Now we have the last Green Dot Industry Awards. I would like to invite Atahan Özgüney, board member of ÇEVKO, to extend the award, and the award goes to Kampotu with their waste management practices in the small and medium-sized enterprises category. Now I would like to invite Sevcan Demirci, Kampotu Production and Technical Operations Director, to tell us more about their project and receive their award. The floor is yours. Hello everyone. First of all, I can tell you how pleased I am to be receiving the award. We always wanted to create a difference. We always wanted to be different. So indeed, this is the cherry on the pie for us. Thank you very much. My name is Sevcan Demirci. I'm the head of the production and technical operations. I'm the head of the plant, and I would like to share with you more about our project. Now, as for our company, we were established in 2012 and the production plant became operational in 2019. Our goal is a sustainable world. Our plant is now a sustainable factory. What have we done for it? As I said, we want to have a sustainable world. So what is our mission? We want to use sustainable natural resources, use state-of-the-art technology to bring innovative products to national and international markets that will serve human health. Our vision is to be inspired by the nature, combine it with science and technology, and create innovative, environmental and zero-waste products. Here you see the developmental paths of our sustainability efforts. I'd like to use this visual for this. Now, first of all, we want to use sustainable raw materials at our plants. And we are using mostly sustainable raw materials. And for that, we also are supported by entrepreneurial women. We always work with women. I'm also going to talk about women who make a difference later on. Can we go back to the map? Thank you. Okay, I'll be staying on this slide for some time. As I said, we're using sustainable raw materials. We do not have a blue collar or white collar at our at our company. We only have green collar employees. Sustainability is important for us. We have 48% of our employees women at the plant. In our management group, we have 52% women. We're using our rainwater. How do we use it? We collect our rainwater and there we water our hobby garden, and the plants and vegetables and flowers are all shared with the employees. Then we have a movement called My Bottle is in My Reusable Bottle. Elif is one of our environmental engineers and another entrepreneurial women, and during the pandemic we said, okay, we are a zero waste plant, but then we said, okay, we still have some waste. And we're using a step-by water system. So everyone has a glass bottle that is disinfected and reused and refilled. So we continue to reduce our waste during the pandemic as well. We're also calculating our carbon footprint. This is again another partnership. You can do that too, by the way. You can use our link and you can see what your carbon footprint is. We prepare a sustainability report. By the end of this year, we're going to have our LEED certificate. We're using renewable energy from wind at our plant. We're composting our waste, and we have sustainability at the pharmacies as a project. What is this project about? Now we produce supplements, food supplements. So everyone can bring their waste to the pharmacies. We collect them, bring them back to our plant and send them to recycling. We do the same for the waste that is created at the plant. And with the money that we gain there, we create social responsibility projects. What do we have? For instance, for the healthcare workers, professionals of the future, we provide them with scholarships. Now we can move on to the next slide. Now, on our road to sustainability, we had women with us who made the difference. We are, as I said, a food supplement company, and we have biocosmetic products. Collagen is not a conventional collagen. We have sustainable collagen. We are using waste bovine tendons to produce our collagen. Together with Miss Shukriye, again another woman that makes a difference, we are producing calcium from waste eggshells. Again, another academic, entrepreneurial woman. We have Miss Duygu Yılmaz, who is producing biopackaging for us from olive stones. Elif Türker is the one who started our environmental movement for our reusable water bottles. Then we have our social responsibility projects. We have our APAP project that we do for our animals, to protect our animals. We have Vunka Kids project. We have another project called Donate Your Weight. And we have one, as I said, a scholarship program for the future healthcare professional. We're talking about making a difference. We're talking about being different. So I would like to thank you all for making us different in our efforts as well. And I would like to thank all of our employees for making our plant sustainable, for contributing to this effort. So we have to be hand in hand for a sustainable world. The next 10 years, the next decade is an decade for action. So we play all a very important role. This is going to save our world. Thank you very much. And now the last category of our Green Dot Awards. Now we're going to talk about social responsibility projects that take the environment as their theme. Now we have 3 encouragement awards. First, I would like to invite ÇEVKO Foundation board member Abdullah Gayret to extend the first award. The first award goes to Kiel's Future Made Better program by L'Oréal. Now I would like to invite Hüma Gülseçkin, Senior Product Manager for L'Oréal Türkiye, and Product Manager Sena Uslu. The second encouragement award goes to Carrefour'sa with a project called Come With Your Own Container. I would like to invite Assistant General Manager for Human Resources and Sustainability, Ms. Mahar Tura, and her team members Merve Hodaman and Gizem Öztürk. And now the last encouragement award of this category goes to Vodafone for their project Clean Planet. I would like to invite the head of the Vodafone Foundation, Ayşegül Ertok, to receive their award. And now we have our industry awards in this category. We have two of them. First, I would like to invite Secretary General of the ÇEVKO Foundation, Mr. Mete İmer, to extend the awards. The Green Dot Industry Award goes to Vestel Beyaz Eşya, Vestel White Goods with their project for walkers. I would like to invite Mustafa Kemal Kerpel and his team members Gizem Bayram and Burcu Kale to the stage to receive their awards. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the podium to Gizem Bayram to tell us more about their project. Distinguished employees and representatives of ÇEVKO, distinguished jury members, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to be seen worthy of this award. Thank you very much. Vestel is producing all of its white goods in Manisa, which is one of the biggest factories of Europe. We have 1.3 million square meters of area available for production. With the Industry 4.0 transition, we can say that we've completed 90% of our transformation efforts. So we're not only producing TV sets or white goods, we're an international technology company. We're exporting to 162 companies. We are for 24 years the export champion in the durable goods industry. We have 20,000 employees and are an important player in the Turkish economy. We are in the top 3 of the TV set market and in the top 5 white goods players of Europe. Zorlu Holding also has a smart life vision. Vestel complies with this vision of the mother holding company. We contribute to the circular economy and we make important strands for sustainability. Now I would like to show you the video of this project.
Özgürce koşarken bizlere de mücadelenin ne demek olduğunu bir kez daha hatırlattı. küçük adımları büyük hayallerle atanlar için.
All scrap materials in Western become raw materials that can be reused. In our project, we also identified materials that can be used again. At our own center, we used them to produce walkers. So waste became a new product, new raw material for us. The general skeleton is the oven door handle. Then you have the seal flange that you can use for the wheels. The wheels that you see here are from the tumble dryer's wheels, and the connector rod is actually from the fridge door handle. You have them in medium, large and X-large categories, so we have in different designs.
Projemiz Temmuz
Our project was implemented in July 2018, and we had our voluntary employees who worked together with Manisa municipality and the vocational high school of Manisa. Right now, the requests of walkers could be sent to Manisa municipality and Vestel call center. Vestel White Goods voluntary team prepared all these materials, and these materials are sent in a mounted form in packages. These walkers are sent to the requested addresses and they are free of charge for those who need it. As of October 2022, we will have requests from different provinces of Turkey, and a total of 35 walkers were sent out to different provinces of Turkey and abroad, and we will continue to meet these requests as they are needed. I would like to thank everyone who gave me this opportunity to talk about this project. Well, I think this was a very sentimental video for everyone. Now we've come to the last of our industry award. I would like to invite the chairperson of ÇEVKO Foundation, Pierre Yayalar, to present this award. The award goes to Vodafone with the project called This Waste Writes a Code. We'd like to invite the Sustainability Director of Vodafone, Ms. Nurdan Kihtir, to talk about the details of this project. Hello everyone. We are very happy and proud to receive this award. The idea was very simple, and I'm sure that in all of your homes you have cell phones which are not used and remain idle. So that was the basic idea. This could be a cell phone or a wire or a cable which is idle, and we thought maybe this could help a child to access another digital equipment, and we had a pilot application. The first application was done in June 2019 with our own employees, and we focused on small and medium-sized electronic waste. We asked all our employees to bring these waste to our collection boxes. Then we cooperated with ÇEVKO company, who's our partner in collecting the digital waste. So with the revenue that we obtained, we've opened our first classroom in Mardin. You see the 10 students who had their first coding training. And then we wanted to develop the ecosystem. From June to October, we started a journey. First of all, we placed waste collection bins in our offices in the district zones. Then we wanted to include our ecosystem, and we made a call to our business partners, and we collaborated with the first big step with those who have accepted our invitation. Then we went out to our suppliers, we included them too, we've included the organized industrial zones. to our project, and came October, we had 49 business project partners with whom we continue our project. We also added one university partnership in October. The results were very positive for us. We were able to smile not only the children, but we were also able to smile with these outcomes. Including the pandemic period, we had very positive results. In the period when we didn't go to the offices, it wasn't possible to collect this waste. We had 8 coding classes in 8 cities, and our purpose was to have we wanted to reach out to 8,000 children, and in these classrooms we continue to provide coding education. We continue to collect waste in 20 provinces. We are collaborating with 49 institutions. These are our classrooms currently. Soon we will open a new one in Ankara with our business partners. At the end of the day, we see a lot of corporations here. I believe this can be used as a leverage. Please follow us on our website, this sürdürülebilirlik.vodafone. We can expand our ecosystem in terms of sustainability. I would like to thank all of you for listening to me. I want to remind you that we will take a family picture. Now we will move on to press awards, and after the press awards we will take a family picture. Now, Green Dot Press Awards. We've seen really pioneering projects. When it comes to expanding that and announcing these projects, we have to go back to the press. So that's why we believe we have to award press members and our colleagues working on these subjects. This is the 11th of our press awards. Now I would like to invite Burçin İmer, Secretary General of ÇEVKO. The first award goes to Dünya Newspaper in the newspaper category. We'd like to invite Didem Eryar Ünlü, the coordinator of the Dünya Newspaper and Weekly magazine. Thank you very much for this important award. On behalf of Dünya Newspaper, I'd like to thank everyone. The last page of Dünya Newspaper has always been green for the last 10 years, and the name is A Sustainable World. When we started this journey in the last decade, frankly, the topic sustainability was not a well-known topic, and it wasn't even easily pronounced. As you can see, there are a lot of projects today which are all very important. And we believe success does not only mean growth and making money, but it has to create value for the society and for the environment. And all of the business strategies have to be transformed, and we will continue announcing all these companies doing that for the environment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, the second category is a website category. The award will go to sabah.com.tr. We'd like to invite Gökçen Köktent, the content manager of Lifestyle, to the podium. Hello everyone. Thank you on behalf of sabah.com.tr. I'm sure the future will be even brighter with these efforts, and as Sabah family we will continue to be part of this effort. Thank you for giving us this award, and greetings to you all. The next category is a news agency category. Mr. Mete İmer, the Secretary General of ÇEVKO Foundation, will present the award to İhlas News Agency. And Ms. Zafer Okay, the Economy News Manager, will be invited to the podium to receive the award. The next category is a news magazine, and the award goes to Capital Magazine. The trainer Tuba Ize will receive the award on behalf of Capital Magazine. Thank you very much. On behalf of all my colleagues in the magazine, I received this award for them also. So in all our news, we are trying to adopt the same approach, not only in the sustainability category. We also have a lot of awareness efforts in the group. Sustainability is an important and long-term journey. So nowadays, the term sustainability is being used quite frequently. It happens from time to time. I believe this will make more sense, and those who are carrying out genuine efforts will be able to strengthen their efforts soon. I would like to thank all of you for your contribution in the field. The last category is the television category, and the award goes to my TV, where I'm proud to work. My dear colleague, the news coordinator, Orkun Yazgan, I invite you to the podium. Thank you very much. ÇEVKO TV is also broadcasting this event live. We have dreams for the future of this world, but at the same time we're worrying for the future of this world. We will continue on this journey. So we'd like to thank ÇEVKO Foundation for giving us this award. As I said, the journey is important, and together with our teammates, we have the same excitement since our first day, and we are working with many sacrifices for a more green and more sustainable world. Follow us for more sustainable and green news. So that completes our awards. Now it's time for a family picture together with all the award recipients. And a reminder, in the meantime, we will have a short coffee and tea break, and after the break we will talk about the latest situation in the European Union, an expanded producer responsibility digital solution proposal for waste management conference.
Şurada geçeyim siz rahat. Tabii buyurun. Buyurun lütfen. Biraz ön arkaya sıkışarak. Düzelecek mi acaba? Biraz ön arkaya
Biraz şöyle
herhalde.
yanaşacağız. Biraz daha ay şeklinde mi? Peki, çok mersi.
Biz şöyle bizim ekibin yanına doğru geçebiliyor muyuz?
Evet, kısa bir aranın ardından ilk oturum.
After our short break, we will start the first session.
Yani isimleri ve firmaları hatasız söylemek ve timing de iyi oldu değil mi? Sabah biraz geç başladığımız kadar sadece geç. Evet.
Hamit başlıyoruz. Bana haber verin. Evet değerli konuklar yeniden hoş geldiniz. Konferansımız devam ediyor. Döngüsel ekonomiye geçişte Avrupa Birliği'nde son durum ve genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu konferansı devam ediyor. ÇEVKO Vakfı'nın organizasyonunda ödül törenini geride kaldı. Açılış konuşmalarını yaptı. Şimdi 4 değerli konuğumuzla Avrupa'nın farklı ülkelerine gideceğiz ve online olarak onlara söz vereceğiz. Şu anda bizi bekleyen Monika Romanska, Expra'nın genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu birliğinin kamu ve kurumsal iletişim müdürü. Eğer İngilizce olarak takip edecekler dışında çeviri içinde kulaklıklar mevcut. Onu da hatırlatmış olayım. Dear Monika Romanska, hello from Istanbul. Could you hear me?
Yes, good morning to everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Herkese merhaba. Duyuyorum.
Okay, thank you so much. So I give you the floor
Teşekkürler. Sözü
for your
size
presentation.
veriyorum sunumunuz için.
Miss Romanska, please.
Sayın Romanska, söz sizin.
I will share my screen.
Ekranımı paylaşayım. Görebiliyoruz, duyabiliyoruz. Herkese günaydın. Bizleri de Expra'dan davet ettiğiniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum bu önemli organizasyonunuza. Bu organizasyona katılmak, sizlere hitap etmek hem memnuniyet hem büyük bir onur. Şimdi baştan başlayalım. Kurumumuzla ilgili genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu birliği ile ilgili birkaç söz söylemek isteriz. Biz yaklaşık 10 yıldır faaliyetlerimizi sürdürüyoruz. Üyelerimiz 25 yıldır bizlerle birlikte çalışmakta. Expro üyelerimiz çok önde gelen kişilerden oluşmakta. Bu konuları hızlı geçmek istiyorum. Sunumumda size kısaca mevzuat çerçevesinden bahsedeyim. Avrupa Birliği'nde atık yönetimi konuları, özellikle ambalaj atıkları konusuna değinmek istiyorum. Sizlerin de bildiğiniz gibi döngüsel ekonomi paketi 2018 yılında uygulamaya girdi. Bir takım zorlukları ve fırsatları birlikte barındırıyor atık yönetimi konusunda. En önemli yasal mevzuatlar atık yönetimini kapsamakta. Bunlar Atık Yönetimi Direktifi, Ambalaj ve Ambalaj Atık Direktifi ve Düzenli Atık Toplama Direktifi. İçinde plastik stratejisi de var. Bundan daha sonra tek kullanımlık plastik direktifi de 21 Mayıs 2019'da uygulamaya girdi. Daha önce belirttiğim gibi 2018 atık mevzuatı oldukça önemli ve iddialı hedefler ve politikalar getirmiştir. Grafiklerde gördüğünüz gibi slaytın alt kısmında yeni bir ev atığı geri dönüşümü kuralı getirilmiştir. %65 oranında evsel atıkların azalması, düzenli atık toplamasının 2035 itibariyle %10'un altına düşmesi hedeflenmekte. Ambalaj atıklarında da yine çok iddialı hedefler var 2025 ve 30 yılları için. Yani bunlar karşımızdaki zorlukları da gösteriyor.
Between the different member states. The new legislation, as I mentioned, already introduced higher ambitious targets regarding recycling percentages and a new way to calculate recycling. So basically, before the recycling was calculated at the entrance of the recycler, while now it is calculated when the packaging or the waste enters real recycling operation. Of course, there was the objective was to again ensure a level playing field, meaning that the results of the different member states are comparable with one another, as well as there was very important to harmonize how the data is being collected and reported, again ensuring a level playing field for all players. Another measure that was introduced was the early warning system. So the idea was when at some point to check how member states are meeting the new requirements and the new targets, and in case some are lagging behind, which unfortunately is somehow the case today, they would be held by the Commission how to overcome these hurdles. Of course, very important is to have clear definitions. So this was another part of the waste legislation package that was adopted back then. I would like to say a few words about the EPR minimum requirements because, as I said, they're very important to ensure first that all stakeholders and especially EPR organizations do their job in the right way and that there is a transparency in their operation. It is very clear, of course, to have roles and responsibilities very detailedly explained for each of the stakeholders because in this way we avoid overlapping of responsibilities. It's very important to know who is paying for what, respectively who is responsible for what. Again, as I mentioned, the targets were increased, ambitious targets set for different packaging materials and for different recyclables as well. The reporting was changed as well, so there is a requirement to harmonize reporting as much as possible. A very important requirement was to treat the producers in the same way, no matter how big or how small they are, thus ensuring a level playing field between the different companies within a country. Of course, it is very important to provide information to the waste holders and the member states, because at the end of the day, it is very important that the different stakeholders, including, of course, the citizens, know very well what are their responsibilities and what they can do. Transparency, as I mentioned, is very important because we see EPR as a public service, so it's very important that all stakeholders, not only the companies and the EPR organizations, but also the local authorities, are very transparent in their operations. The minimum requirements also introduce some minimum costs that should be covered by the EPR, which was again a relevant move. So really the polluter should cover the costs that their or its projects, its products made. Another very important tool was the eco-modulation of recyclables, because it was very important that when a product or a packaging is more difficult to recycle, respectively, it will cost more. What we believe is very important that the eco-modulation covers, reflects the real costs regarding the processing of the concrete product or packaging. So not based on feelings or estimations, but based on real costs. Again, it is very important the cost to be efficient, that is obviously clear. And it's very important to monitor and enforce the legislation, because with the best legal acts, if they are not enforced, of course, the effect is zero. And again, in countries where there are competing EPR organizations for the same waste stream, of course, it's very important to have an independent oversight on these organizations so they implement their tasks in the right way. As I already mentioned, EPR was recognized as a very efficient tool to manage sustainably waste. And actually, in Europe, by the end of 2024, it will be mandatory for packaging. But as you can see, this is not only Europe, but also the world. You see on this slide how EPR is evolving all over the world. And we are very happy that recently we had members from Chile and from Colombia joining EXPRA. So that brings a lot of different experiences in one organization that help us really see the big picture overall. A few words about this key initiative of the European Union, the EU Green Deal, which of course aims to transform the economy of the European Union for a sustainable future. As you can see, there are a lot of different measures, different policies included in this initiative, including the increasing the EU climate ambition for 2050, of course, covering the whole circle of production and becoming a waste and then going back into the circle. So it's a very ambitious document. And a bit more concrete one was the new Circular Economy Action Plan, which was adopted in 2020, basically being quite more ambitious than the previous one from 2015. As you can see, it includes 35 actions, which cover from the design of the product, so sustainable product policy framework, then going towards the different waste streams. As you can see, packaging is there as well, including all different products and recyclables, and ending to minimizing waste as much as possible, and of course, boosting the market for high quality materials, thus decreasing the use of raw materials. Very important for us, of course, is the Chapter 3 of the Circular Economy Action Plan, the new one, covering packaging, of course, and plastics in particular. As you can see, the ambition is by 2030 to all the packaging that is put on the European market to be reusable or recyclable, which is, of course, a very challenging option, but of course, we should all aim to reach this target. Of course, the other sub goals are to reduce over packaging and packaging waste, to promote the design for reuse and recyclability, and to try, where possible, of course, again, keeping in mind the product safety, to reduce the complexity of the packaging materials. For plastic, of course, as I mentioned, there was this special single-use plastic directive that covered some of the issues, but basically the idea is to introduce mandatory requirements for recycled content and waste reduction measures, especially for plastic packaging. A few words about the single-use plastic directive status at the moment. In the directive, which was adopted in a unique speed for only 6 months, which is not typical for the European legislation, actually a lot of measures required additional sub-legislative acts that will help member states to implement it. Some of the guidelines were already, or implementing acts were already adopted, which are the harmonized specification for marking of single-use products, the separate collection of bottles that was also within the directive, and again, consumption reduction targets. So far, the guidelines on the cleanup cost of littering under the extended producer responsibility have not been finalized, because actually the key objective of the directive was to limit the possibility of such products littering the environment. Again, the recycled content for bottles it's underway. The Waste Framework Directive, as I mentioned, it covered the whole universe of waste management. And of course, the idea was to reduce the waste production and to decrease by half the non-recycled municipal waste by 2030. Currently, the directive is being under revision, so the process has just started with some public consultations. And the objectives are, of course, to introduce prevention targets for specific waste streams. Also, very important issues is the online sale. So how extended producer responsibility is being implemented for online sales, because in some cases, they kind of fly below the radar. So basically, they do not pay for the processing of their packaging or their products, which of course has to be changed. And of course, there is another policy that is being promoted by the European Union, which is to try to harmonize the waste labeling for separate collections. So it will be easier for consumers traveling to understand where to put their used packaging. Currently, we are all involved in following the developments regarding the revision of the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive, which is now being a regulation. Basically, the objective was, of course, to reduce the negative environmental impact, to reduce the packaging waste by different measures, one of which is, of course, to foster reuse where possible. And all packaging markets, EU markets, all packaging on the EU markets to be reusable and recyclable, of course, where economically viable by 2030. Another measure or another goal was, of course, to increase the use of recycled materials, especially plastic, in the packaging. This is just a few ideas how the Commission is thinking to change the directive or the regulation now as we speak. There are different measures. We hear different developments happening, but we all expect the legislative proposal to be published on the 30th of this month. So we will then know for sure what the Commission come with and how we can improve our activities. Just a few words why the Commission decided to change the directive into regulation. Of course, with directives implemented in 27 member states, sometimes there are differences between the way the directives are implemented. So the Commission believed that by turning into regulation, that will help for harmonizing the different measures, the different models, and ensure more legal certainty. Of course, avoid this distortion of competition. Of course, this was also aimed to ensure smooth functioning of the internal market and to provide for a better equal playing field for all the stakeholders in the process. Again, it's very important to say that the regulation will maintain the internal legal basis as with the directive before. It's interesting to see so many developments and so many revisions of the current legislation, while actually it has not have been fully transposed in the European Union. We are doing some internal exercise in EXPRA to check the status of the implementation. And as you can see, it is not yet fully implemented in all member states. So it is a bit challenging while the current legislation has not been implemented to introduce new measures, new targets, new things on the EP organizations. We believe that it is of crucial importance to first implement the current legislation. As I already mentioned, there are some sub-legal acts already still missing, which of course does not help much for the implementation of the current legislation. For the single-use plastic directive implementation, I use a source from Rethink Plastics Alliance. As you can see there, it is still not implemented or incorrectly implemented, but we should note that it's very difficult to follow closely and correctly all the developments because in some countries, in the legislation, there were some parts of the current of the 2018 waste legislation. And also it's very important to go into details into each legislation, national legislation, to see what exactly has been transposed. Because in some countries, it is just copy-paste from the directives. In some countries, they add additional policies, additional measures. So it's really takes a lot of time. So we hope at some point we will have more detailed analysis of the current situation. What we observed with this exercise, checking how the transposition is going on, we see that the Waste Framework Directive and the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive are progressing somehow in parallel. Usually when a country has worked on the Waste Framework Directive, it has also worked on the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive because they are, of course, a little bit linked. In terms of specific clauses, as I mentioned, it seems that from the Waste Framework Directive, the best transposed regulations are the necessary costs and the eco-modulation of compliance contributions or the fees. The challenges are mainly within the measurement point and also the independent overseeing body in case of competition. The measurement point, the problem being that the average loss rate implementing act that was supposed to be finalized some years ago is not yet finalized. So actually there is only one way to measure, which creates some difficulties. As you've seen from the slide before, the transposition of the Single-Use Plastic Directive is lagging behind. And of course, as I mentioned, it's difficult to follow to the very detailed developments because in some countries, the existing laws already reflected some of the provisions. In other, they were formulated in a different way. But again, as I said several times, it's very important to have the current legislation implemented to its fullest before setting new requirements for EPR before it's enforced in the right way. In a very few words and few suggestions how EPR organizations can meet the challenges and actually use the opportunities provided by these legal developments and how the process can be speeded up. Of course, again, repeating for the several times, the national implementation of the waste legislation of 2018 is very important to provide companies and EPR organizations with investments, clarity and security. It is very important to establish the necessary structures for overseeing the different EPRO in case of competition. It is also very important to take the decisions on the level of the producer responsibility organization, again, to provide security to build infrastructure. As you will hear later on in Belgium, this is the case where the packaging recovery organization could invest serious funds in improving its operation. Of course, it's very important to follow the different examples and best practices, and that can be done via the different national but also international association, like ÇEVKO, for example, or other association dealing in waste management, etc. It is also very important to try to find innovations, new opportunities, new business models which can help achieve all these ambitious targets. And of course, it's very important to work together within the different platforms and initiatives like the Circular Plastic Alliance, which is supported by the European Commission, ÇEVFLEX, dealing with flexible packaging, Holy Grail 2.0, Close the Glass Loop for glass packaging, for evergreen, for paper packaging. So all these initiatives which try to help the industry achieve these new ambitious targets, even running in front of the legislative developments. Of course, it is very important that all stakeholders in the process do their part in the right way. As I mentioned, not only the industry, the EPR organizations, but also the local authorities and of course the national authorities, the governments that should set the proper legal framework. So this is shortly about the legal developments in the EU, and I will be happy to answer questions at the end of the session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Size control. Thank you so much, Monica Romanska, for this detailed and informative speech of yours and presentation. Now we are together with Joachim Koeden, Expra's Managing Director. Maybe some words for Expra, founded in 2013, and is the Alliance for 26 Packaging and packaging waste recovery and recycling systems from 24 countries, which are owned by obliged industry and work on a non-profit basis. And as you all know, ÇEVKO Foundation is also a member of Expra. And now we are together with Mr. Joachim Koeden. Hello from Istanbul, from the conference.
Yes, thank you very much. Best wishes from Barcelona today to
Really
Istanbul,
great.
and I'm extremely sorry that I'm not able to be with you today in Istanbul because from this evening there is one of the biggest conferences on packaging and sustainability in Barcelona, and I agreed to this already some time ago. So I'm happy to have the opportunity via online participation to share some thoughts with you. As you kindly just said, EXPA is an alliance of a lot of EPR systems from all over the world. Even in the meantime, we are in the recent time, we have grown to 30 members because we were able to attract 2 new members from Colombia and from Chile, as well as from Denmark and Switzerland. So if you see here our list of members, a lot of systems in the European Union, a lot of systems in Europe, but of course extremely valuable members from the rest of the world as well. So we are somehow mirroring the reality that you can find all over the world. Because of course the situation is not everywhere like in Germany or like in Turkey. So so we have to adapt our systems a little bit, and that's somehow I'm talking about to you today. Because EPR, extended producer responsibility, this is a concept, an idea, but not a big business model somehow. So sometimes people ask me, please send me your 150 pager and then we can introduce EPR. Unfortunately, we do not have such a book, such a Bible, because especially the operations are different from country to country, but the principle is the same, and especially the principle how it should work in the best way. I will have some examples at the end of my presentation, but we also will hear from the Czech Republic later on, which I think is one of the front runners in Europe and in the world as well. So in an optimum world, in the best case, you will find the producer responsibility organization somehow in the middle of the EPR system, in the middle of the wheel. And you can try to understand an EPR system like a wheel on a bike. So as you probably will all be able to bike and have bike, it is as more round the wheel, as easier to bike. So this is the job of the EPR system, to keep the circle going and to keep it as round as possible. So we are not only, in brackets, collecting money from obliged industry and pass it to local authorities and to recyclers. No, we work with all the stakeholders so that everybody understands his role, her role, and everybody can try to improve it. So we work with the packaging manufacturers and the fillers on the design of the packaging, so that they understand what will happen to my packaging once it has become waste. Because the decisions you take while the design will have a tremendous effect later on in the collection, sorting, and recycling. And vice versa, of course. The recycler should understand what are the needs of industry, why they are producing certain packaging, so they can adapt their recycling plans as well. We work with the retailers because they are a good window to the consumer. We work with the local authorities because they are the main contact to our inhabitants. We try to work with the inhabitants because they have to do the extra step, the additional effort to sort the packaging in the right way. And in total, if all of us do their utmost, do their best, this circle is circulating in the right way, and we can make packaging circular. Of course, we have learned over the last 30 years a lot what are somehow golden rules. So what you should take into account when you design your EPR system. We have seen big differences between an EPR system and a tax system. Tax system meaning black and white. The government is collecting money from industry or from inhabitants, and then the government is deciding what to do with the money. So industry is just signing a check, no influence, no opportunity to put our intelligence and our expertise into the system. And this is the opposite side in EPR, where industry can be part of the solution, where industry is active. So those who pay the bill should be, from our point of view, in the driving seat, because we can change the packaging, we can work, we can use all our business intelligence to make the system work. Non-for-profit, of course, because if you steer something, if you are the brain, you should not make money out of it. If you do the operations, so our collectors, our sorters, our recyclers, of course, this is the way where to make money, where they can compete with each others, who is offering the best service. Equal treatment of producers is for us very important. So the small producers are treated in the same way as the big producers. So a fair, level playing field. Transparency, extremely important. People have to know how much money is collected and where the money is used. Because only if you trust the system, you are willing to put money into the system and to do the necessary investments. Also, the inhabitants, they need to know, is the packaging that we are sorting, is it really recycled and where it is recycled? Again, trust. If people trust the system, they will do the extra effort, the additional effort to sort the packaging in the right way. So overall, these are some of the golden rules. You can learn more if you like. We have everything of this in a little bit more detail. And then the packaging recovery organization can start to do the job. As I explained in the beginning, it depends a lot, of course, on the national legislation, how the PRO is working. It depends often on the decisions of the owners of the PRO, of the obliged industry, how it is structured and which way. And of course, it differentiates from country to country because of the role of the local authorities. How much are they involved? What system do they prefer, and so on. So all of this is influencing the design of the system. And so you will see that the system in Germany is different from Belgium, different from Luxembourg, and so on, even in neighboring countries. And we have to ensure that there is a good infrastructure. That's one of our key roles. And I think Petra will tell you a little bit more about this. So it should be as easy as possible for the people to sort their packaging in the right way. And of course, once you collected it, there has to be a sorting and recycling infrastructure as well, because otherwise the separate collection does not make sense. We have to run a data management system so that the government, so that industry, so that the inhabitants understand what is happening with the packaging and what is happening with their money. Very important. It's the same like a taxpayer. I want to have a good understanding that the government is using my money in the right way. So if I spend, when I purchase my products, money for EPR, I have to have a good feeling that the money is used in the right way. We have to work, as I said, with the various stakeholders. We have always to collect enough money to run all the activities, which might be easy, relatively easy, if the prices for secondary raw material are high, like often at the moment. But for the time some years ago when the oil price was very low, so we had to feed in a little bit more money to the recyclers to keep the recycling going on. So that's one of the big advantages of an EPR system. We can somehow breathe with the funding. So we do not need to increase taxes and so on, which is always quite difficult, especially to lower taxes. It's not so often the case. I'm not really aware that the taxes are lowered, but in our EPR systems, I've seen very often, if the times are better, our members are able to reduce the fees. And if the times are more difficult, we are able to increase the fees, always, of course, in cooperation with industry, so that they trust the system. Then they are ready to accept this up and down. We have seen, as I said, a big variety all over Europe, how EPR is done and whether there is EPR or not. We have a very few countries that have decided not to use EPR, respective which has stopped EPR some years ago. We will hear later an example from Hungary, where the government stopped EPR 10, 12 years ago. Unfortunately, Turkey has opted to go a different route as well. But I'm of course optimistic that all people will understand the benefits of our approach and perhaps change in the future the approach again. Even our friends from the UK, who had a different approach up to now, they will now introduce probably step by step the continent approach. So it is natural that there might be some developments, but I think we all have to learn from best practices, because in the end we want to solve a problem. We want to give our inhabitants a good service. So it's always good to see what are other countries doing and can we learn from it. And a good example is here one of the southern member states of the European Union. You can see here a constant increase year by year in the performance. They started 20 years ago, 25 years ago, for example, with plastics with more or less no recycling, and now they are at 50%. So you really can see that there is a big effect. And an opposite example of a country where EPR was stopped. There was some trend until 2011 with an increase year by year, but then it is up and down and going down more or less. So no improvement. So this is how it should not be. This is for me, unfortunately, not a best practice. The performance overall in 2020, I would say it's not too bad. We have a lot of stable countries. Most of them, of course, we have some difficult countries for various reasons. Malta, Romania, for example, Norway as well, unfortunately, even with a long-term deposit system. So that shows that even if you have a deposit system, it does not mean that you will have a good system overall. Just have this in mind, because the beverage containers only represent a very small part. A few words to three front runners, two Western countries, I would say two countries where we expect that they are front runners, and some words about Italy as well. And you can see the top 10 are very close together. So a southern country which started some years ago on a very low basis, and they are now over 60% overall performance. And a country, I would say, with a difficult setting, big differences between the north and the south. The north very industrialized, and the south with a lot of rural areas. Many small companies, small retailers. So the Italians had to develop an approach to include all of these different actors, to put them all to the table and to ensure that they are all on the same page, all working together. So you will see a lot of committees and structures in Italy, a lot of cooperation with the municipalities, with a framework agreement, with different agreements per material. So to include everyone, a very inclusive system, which might be very inspiring for other southern countries from my point of view. And they have a long-term agreement with the municipalities. They negotiate it every 5 years, where they really fix a lot of targets and performances. And of course, they fix the amount of money that the local authorities will receive for their work, especially for the collection. The sorting and the recycling is then done by industry, as you could see in the overview, with quite good success. Our Belgian friends, don't tell them, but probably I would say the best practice that I have seen up to now, with a special system for household packaging, which is under a lot of monitoring by the government. So you can see the government is here involved a lot by their interregional packaging commission, a special small entity just created for EPR legislation. And they are accrediting FOSS+, fixing the target, fixing the rules, monitoring the rules, and then FOSS+ is implementing it by collecting the money from the obliged companies and working with the municipalities and the recyclers. Again, a very close cooperation with local authorities. Since they had a new legislation in 2019-2020 with a stable outlook, stable situation, they decided it is time to make a new round of investments. So in 2021, they called for tender with long-term contracts for 5 new sorting centers, brand new sorting centers with the state-of-the-art technology. And then this year, they did the same call for tender for plastic recycling in Belgium. So, and not only for PET bottles, but for flexibles, for all the different difficult stuff as well. In total, this is reflecting an investment of 1 billion euro. So you see what EPR is able to do. We are able to enable investments, which is good for the economy and which is good for the people because they have a better system then. The difficult challenge in Belgium at the moment, and will be for all of us, is the out-of-home consumption. So they were able, after 25 years, to convince the people at home to sort the packaging. But how to convince the people to sort the packaging at the work? Or if they are at festivals, or if you are on the go. We are lazy. If we drink something, if we eat something, are we really willing to look for a separate bin? Or are we just throwing it away in the worst case, or in the usual residual waste bin? So we have to convince the people to do always the same, not only at home, but on the go as well. It's only the 10% missing, but it's the most difficult 10% for us where we are working on. Our Dutch friends, I don't know how you feel Dutch people are, but from a German point of view, for me, the Dutch people are always extremely structured and extremely organized. And you can find this, from my point of view, in their system approach as well. Everything is ruled out and regulated in the right way and in a very precise way. Again, working with the municipalities, like in Belgium, like in Italy, everyone has a clear book what they have to do and what they have to pay and under which conditions they receive the money. The Dutch have something special because they divided the different jobs. So they have a special institute for sustainable packaging to help industry to design the packaging in the right way. They have a special entity, Nederland Schön, to take care of the litter, which you still find, unfortunately. So every job has a special entity, so you can really see the cost structure, the performance of each part of the EPR system. The things in common, every of these 3 systems have a very close cooperation with municipalities. I think this is one of the success models. All of them are industry owned. All of them are non-for-profit, run by a single system. So one brain who is steering the system, which might be easier than to have 2, 3, or 5 brains for one body. And I think you can imagine that if you have too many people trying to steer the system, there is often confusion. And all of the country are provided with the same good service. The government is involved by the ways they are. A government should do. A government is monitoring, is enforcing, they are setting the rules, but they are not doing the job. So they are not operative, the government, they are just on the high level, guiding and steering together with the EPR system. Industry is in these countries fully supporting the system, which is very helpful. Strong communication to the public, strong work with the inhabitants. And so on the other side, you have a strong belief of all people that this is the right approach. So perhaps something to be inspired, which is backed up by the European legislation in the meantime, where EPR is mandatory in the meantime. So all EU member states and all accession countries will have to implement EPR. EPR meaning that industry is not just paying the bill, because then you have a tax system, but EPR is in the driving seat. Monica told you already about the hot topics, what is coming up. So until I retire in 10, 15 years, it will not be boring. We will still have to solve a lot of matters, but I'm very optimistic that with EPR, with our great systems, with my great members, we will be able to make packaging more circular. And of course, we are always happy to help. So if you have a question, if you need support, just call us, just send us a mail, and we will try our utmost to support you and the Turkish society on the way to a circular packaging and a solved matter. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with you.
Well, thank you so much. A big applause from Istanbul to Barcelona. Mr. Kuadan, thank you so much for this remarkable presentation and your words. For our next guest, we'll be flying, or let's say sailing with wind power from Barcelona to Czechia. Mr. Petr Šikir is waiting for us, the Chief Operation Officer of ÇEVKO. ÇEVKO is an authorized packaging company which provides associated compliance of take-back and recovery of packaging waste. And now we'll talk about the EPR's implementations in Czechia. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm very sorry, but I'm now okay.
Okay, everything is great.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes. Perfectly. We see you, we hear you, and we are excited to hear from you.
Okay, super. So, welcome from Prague, and I'm very glad that I can take participation in this conference. To be honest, I always prefer to be somewhere physically, not by online, but in this time it's maybe much more, let's say. It's much more comfortable to be online, but always I prefer some physical contact. So, unfortunately, okay. So I would like to start with a short history of EPR in Czech Republic. Czech system is called ÇEVKO, and it was founded in 1997 by Oblige Industry. In that time, there was, I think, 10 or 12 founders who founded our company. Mostly it were multinationals like a Coca-Cola, Tetra Pak, etc., but also some local producers like a Toma. And in the period between 1999 and 2002, when we got the authorization from the state, in this period in between, we were based on the voluntary basis. So it means that industry started to financing the collection scheme in Czech Republic, and let's say we were financing the beginning of the recycling industry. After we got the authorization in 2002, we can the next milestone is year 2005, when we can say that ÇEVKO was fully developed, and we had a full coverage of the, let's say, municipalities.
Mr. Šikir, sorry to interrupt you. Maybe you should better open full page presentation if you can, for a better view for us.
You don't see it full page?
This is not full now. We see it with the other pages. So, if you can, or everything is perfect.
Sorry, but I don't know why. Just I will try to reopen it. It's better now.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go like this. Okay. Thank you so much.
It's full screen or not?
It's fine. We are here and we are seeing you. Okay.
Okay. So in the year 2005, we reached a full coverage from the perspective of the inhabitants and also from the perspective of the packaging. Of course, there were some milestones between 2005 and 2020, but I would like to speak about the year 2020 when we got a new authorization, and this authorization was reflecting circle principles. So it means for us, for example, new calculation of recycling, new obligations for the industry, and so on. And now it's a time period where we are fully incorporating this new issues coming from the circular economy to our system. I would like to say, and what we find always extremely important to every EPR is that you have stable and predictable legal environment. To be honest, there was adopted the first packaging waste law in 2002, and in fact, of course, there were some amendments, some updates, but still, it's predictable. It was evolution of waste management system and dealing with packaging waste in Czech Republic, and I think it's extremely important. So, if you would like to have really efficient system, it's also important the role of the state, that state is bringing some stable environment. So, few words about the EcoCom system. We have now more than 21,000 clients. I mean, clients, it's an obliged industry. It includes retailers, producers, fillers, and also importers of packed goods. And also we are dealing now with 6,000 and with more than 6,100 municipalities. Maybe you are surprised that Czechia, with a bit more than 10 million inhabitants, has 6,000 municipalities, but we are quite unique together with Slovakia and also with France, because every small village has own mayor, and they have own government, local government. And it's quite funny that, for example, mayor of Prague has the same responsibilities as a mayor of very small village. So this is somehow atypical in comparing to other countries. Hello?
We can hear you. There's no any problem. Go on, please.
I would like to go on, but something is wrong with. Okay. I don't know what's wrong today, but nothing goes
okay.
in the proper way. But I hope it will be fine. Okay.
Okay.
So in Czech Republic, for this more than 6,000 municipalities, we have more than 670,000 containers for sorted waste, and it's quite big amount of the containers, but we think that to bring to consumers the essential structure like a containers is the most important role of EPR, because without collection there is no recycling. And we know that this collection network is used by 73% of the population. If you ask me how we know it, it's very simple, because we made marketing research which are focused on the people's behavior and dealing with the packaging waste and in the waste in general. So we know this number using this marketing research. I would like to tell you that the sample of the people who are included in this research it's quite big. It's yearly. Every year we make it on the sample of on 10,000 people. So it's a really big amount. So we are also collaborating with more than 120 sorting clients. This is another very important part of the EcoCom, because we are with collaboration with municipalities, we are collecting waste, but we have to also sort it in the proper way. So that's the reason why we are collaborating with sorting clients. And of course, after sorting clients, we are also collaborating with the recyclers. And in the last year, we have recycled or treated more than 1 million tons of the packaging waste. So we can say, if we compare the input and output, we can say that more than 77% of all packaging placed on the Czech market in the year 2001 was recovered. Recovery means recycling and energy recovery together. I will show you later the split between those two forms of recovery. So, and here you can see the development of the EcoCom in total. In the green column, you can see the amount of clients. So I mean, as I mentioned, I mean obliged person, and I said it's very stable. And we, since the year 2003, we have about more than 20,000 clients. And also you can see the lower columns, and it shows how much municipalities are joined to EcoCom. To be honest, we still don't have 100% coverage of the municipalities, but the municipalities who are standing outside the EcoCom, they are very small villages with less than 100 inhabitants, and those villages or those small municipalities is about 100 in this year. So Joachim was speaking about EPR, and here exists a lot of angles of view what EPR is, and I would like to extend what Joachim said. And we think that, or in Czech Republic, is perception about EPR in that way, that EPR is extended producer responsibility, and producers it's not only who is producing who is delivering to the packaging to the market, but also the fillers, retailers, importers, and so on. And it extends this approach extends their responsibility beyond the products end of life. It means when there is no more packaging needed, so the industry is responsible for that. And of course, EPR legislation gives consumer right to transfer used product back to producers. And it doesn't matter if it is individually or if it is organized by system, but it gives them the right to transfer the used product, in our case, packaging, back to the producer. And what is also very important for EPR, that EPR is transferring, and it's also target of EPR, it's that they are transferring the product waste handling from the society to producer. It means that producers are paying to society how to properly deal with the packaging waste. And also EPR is giving to government opportunity to regulate properly the legal environment, for example, setting the minimum requirements or recycling quota, and so on. So it's extremely to achieve some environmental goals. So I think it's extremely important that EPR systems are partner even to government to properly reach the targets which are required by legislation, in our case by European legislation, but this European legislation is transposed to the national legislations. So EPRs has also some rules, and EPR must be non-discriminated. For example, consumer is discriminated in. No consumer should be discriminated in the right to transfer product back to the consumer, or no discrimination in the right to choose the preferred product. And also, no one municipality shouldn't be discriminated in its right to get some cost from the EPR to properly handling the packaging waste. So it means everyone should have the same approach comparing to other. And also very important rule of the EPR that every producer is not discriminating to access to EPR. So it means when here exists some EPR, every producer, every polluter should freely join any EPR. And also the last thing, no product is discriminated in its access to the market. So it means, of course, it means that if you are importing product from the abroad, or it comes from the local production, everyone can be sold on the market, and everyone can join any kind of the EPRs. So how Czech system is organized, let's say EcoCom is in the middle of the system. On left side, you can see the obliged person, the polluters that are, I already mentioned, packers, distributors, retailers. On the right side of the system, there are municipalities which are considered as the main source of the sorted waste. That are waste management companies who are dealing with the municipalities, but also they are dealing with the business-to-business waste. And also we are dealing with the waste recycling companies and sorting companies. And everything, when we put together, we are able to ensure recycling or recovery of packaging waste in the proper way. In the middle, there is EcoCom, and EcoCom is or EPR system, and it's very close connected to the Ministry of Environment, because we are responsible to reaching the required target, and also Ministry is the body who controls the activity which EPR is doing. So I would like to say that EPR is a very good example of collaboration between industry and municipalities and state. And I would like to say one thing. We are speaking about the fillers, packers, on one hand, about the waste management companies and municipalities on the second way, but I think that the scope of the industry, which is linked to the EPR, is much wider. For example, there are some designers of the packagings who are preparing a new packaging for the fillers or importers, so they are directly responsible for design of the packaging. So they are also part of the EPR system, although they are not paying the fee to the EcoCom for the proper dealing with the industry. On the other hand, there are waste management companies and sorting clients, and of course the producers of the sorting clients are part of the EPR, because there are some legal requests from the municipalities or from the waste management company how the sorting client should be like. So it's a more complex issue. And EPR, it's not focused only for the payers, the industry, and for the receivers of the money. I mean municipalities or waste management company. And of course, this mutual interaction allows some fine-tuning of the waste management, because, for example, there is a eco-modulation which should bring to the market more recyclable packaging or more environmentally friendly packaging. And I think it's when there is direct cooperation between industry and waste management sector, it should bring better results of the recycling. And of course, what is extremely important, it's a coordination in the communication campaign. And I would like to stress two important things: that every recycling process starts with collection, and because if there is no collection network, you are not able to reach the quotas which are required by legislation, by European Union, by anyone. And also, it's very important, we found that don't allow consumer to be confused. So I think it's extremely important to have same color of the bins for the plastic, same color bins of for the paper, etc., etc. And you can see our example. We are using multicolored bins, and every bin has a particular color, and everyone in Czech Republic knows to which material fits to which bins, and it's extremely important. We are also using some, let's say, additional wave of the collection. We are using collection yards, or we are also you can find the bags for the packaging waste, and of course we are using incineration plants, for example, for the metals and magnetic separation. So if you, and I would like to welcome you I would like to invite you to the Czech Republic, and when you will be here, you can see on Czech streets these colored bins everywhere, and it's operated by industry and by EcoCom as an EPR system, and it's important to it's an important part of the system, and really it's important not to confuse the consumer. We are also using additional information for the consumers. So there are the stickers with for each particular material, and people can see what fits to the particular container. And if you are somewhere on the streets, you can find these trucks who operate these bins, and we found very useful that every truck is signed with which material is now collecting, because it increases the trust of the people that the packaging waste or waste in general is getting to the proper waste stream, and it will be recycled and not given to the landfill. So here are results of the EcoCom. I would like to speak about the total. So as I said, we had 77% of the recovery in total, but from this 77%, 68% represents direct recycling measured by new measure point, which means it's an input to the recycling technology, and 9% it comes to the energy recovery. And you can see, for example, it's a quite big issue, for example, for the plastics to convert the energy recovery to the recycling, but it's a long time run. And as I told you, in 2020, there was adoption of the new CEP legislation, and we need to prepare, and we are preparing now, of course, the tools which bring to EcoCom to increase the recycling and decrease the energy recovery, because energy recovery is not more considered as a recycling, but we must focus on the material recycling. So I have already mentioned our marketing researches, and you can see the consumer participation in waste sorting. I would like to say that even the consumer participation in waste sorting, it copies, let's say, some general opinion about the people, about their comfort and so on. And you can see it in the year 2009, 2010, there was a drop of the consumer participation in waste sorting. And the reason was very simple. There was an economical crisis, and they people said, okay, I don't want to care about the environment. I don't care about sorting, and it brought us the decreasing, and it was very hard to increase it again to the level of the 70%, and it lasts 4 years, and big investment from our side, and I mean our human investment and also money investment to get it on the level from the year 2007. But you cannot influence it directly. But if something spoiled, the industry said, okay, we had to get back on the 70% of consumer participation in waste sorting. It was very positive role of the industry that they said, okay, we will pay this extra money to get there. So also very important figures. We are measuring the amount of collected waste per capita. It's just, you can see that in the year 2001 there was collected waste about 72 kilograms per capita per year. But this collection, it consists from two parts. One is packaging part, and second is non-packaging part. So you can see that the collection was 72% of the sorted materials. So I have already mentioned that we have quite big collection network of the bins, and you can see how it grows up in the last 10 years. But I would like to stress only a very important thing. You can see this dark green column, and it's we are also including in the EcoCom the small bins for the individual collection, and it helps us to reach better results, because we know that if we will extend those big bins on the streets, it will not bring us more collected materials. So we had to join to the system these small bins, which are standing typically in front of the private houses and so on, and they are included to the packaging recovery system. So this is for us extremely important figure, and it's a perceived distance to the collection bins. And you can see that the people thought that the distance from their house to the collection bins, it was 138 meters, and now the perception is only 89 meters. So we decrease it, and it goes together with extension of the collection network. How we need it, again, it comes from our marketing research about the consumer behavior on the field of the collection and waste management. So I have last slide here, and now EcoCom, as a classical EPR system, we are facing to the new challenges. One is prevention of the packaging waste. So it means that we will play active role in decreasing the amount of the packaging waste delivered to the market. Also, there will be challenge with increasing the amount of the reusable packaging, and of course, the last challenge which we are facing, it's recycled content in the packaging. We have to, and we consider those three let's say actions extremely demanding and extremely important for us, and we hope that we will deal with this topic till year 2005-2006 to convince the industry that they will produce less packaging, they will use more reusable packaging, and that in their packaging there will be more recycled content. So thank you for your attention, and thank you.
Well, Mr. Schricker, thank you so much for your important contribution to our conference. of ÇEVKO Foundation. Our next and last guest for that session, this session, will be Miss Beata Göncü, the Managing Director of ÇEVKO Foundation from Hungary. Let me say ÇEVKO Foundation was founded in 1996 by leading packaging manufacturers and packers to fulfill future obligations regarding packaging waste management of the industry. Now it's time to talk about the last situation, present situation, and implementation in Hungary together with Ms. Beata Göncü. Please.
Well, thank you very much for the nice introduction. I would like to check with you if you can see my presentation on the screen.
Yes, we can see everything's perfect.
Okay. Super.
Wow.
Okay. So I would like to try to explain you the Hungarian situation in brief. How we had EPR in Hungary for nearly 10 years, and then after that we started a tax system with the national authorities. And I hope you will see the huge difference between the EPR and tax after having tax for 10 years. So EPR was active in Hungary from 2003 until 2011. The first producer responsibility organization in Hungary, ÇEVKO Foundation, was established actually in 1996, so far a time ahead. The aim of ÇEVKO Foundation was to organize the collection and recycling of the packaging waste in Hungary. We had 35 owners, like packers, fillers, retailers, and we had altogether around 4,000 contractual partners from packaging industry. We were working in a close cooperation with municipalities and municipal waste management companies to help them operating their separate collection systems. We were responsible for coordination of household, for commercial and industrial packaging waste. Within 9 years of operation, the separate collection of household packaging waste was developed from 4.3 thousand tons in 2003 to 57,000 tons in 2011, and to 60% recycling rate for the whole country in 2011. What was important for this period that packers and fillers were obliged for recycling. So with that, they had the exemption from the product fee payment. But then, despite all these results, the newly elected government changed the legal background, and that they lifted the obligation from packers, fillers, and transferred it to packaging material producers. But that meant that the packaging material producer was not anymore, or they were not obliged for recycling obligation. They were obliged only to pay a product charge, and no one was responsible for recycling from the industry side. So they had only to pay a product charge, nothing else. So you can follow all the changes in the history of Hungary. So you can see that for 9 years there was quite a stability of the EPR run by the industry, and then when they started with the tax system, the changes were starting as well. So the system of exemption was terminated, Instead of packers filler, the packaging material producer became responsible only for the product charge payment. Industry was not responsible anymore for recycling target, just to pay the tax. That's very important, I think. And that meant much higher costs for the related industry and a lower payment for collectors and recyclers. More than 80% of the paid tax became a part of the general state budget. A state-run independent organization called a National Waste Management Agency was created for the coordination and financing of the collection system. They were also responsible for household and industrial commercial selective collection. 2 years later, the state agency was transformed and was acting under the National Inspectorate under the Ministry of Agriculture. And 2 years later, again, became under the Department of the Ministry of Agriculture. So you see, I had also quite a trouble to understand all these changes because every 2 years there was a change. What was important that between 2012 and 2017, the state agency was responsible as well for the household, for industrial and commercial selective collection. But in 2017, then they changed the system. They installed the National Waste Coordinating and Asset Management ZRT, called NHKV ZRT, which was responsible from that time for the collection of household waste, including a selective collection of packaging waste. So the Ministry of Agriculture was responsible for industrial and commercial packaging waste, and NHKV ZRT was responsible for the household selective collection. This NHKV was a centralized non-profit public service provider responsible for the coordination of the Hungarian waste management system. They were contracting the NHS, the state-owned public service provider on the municipal waste management market. And they were contracting as well municipally owned public service providers on the municipal waste management market. They were organizing the secondary material to the recycling. They became the owner of the material. They paid only a service fee to the waste management companies for collecting the garbage and the selectively collected materials. From 2017, no subsidy was paid for the selective collection. Financial support was only for the pre-treatment and recycling. And then again, changes were happening, and the system was transferred to the Ministry of Innovation and Technology. And from that time, this ETM after Tim was responsible for all kind of selective collection of the waste. From 2023, again, a new system will be established. We will have a concession. So a concession company will take over the whole waste management system. But before explaining that, I would like to show you the results which you can follow on the website of Eurostat. So these are the official results from Hungary for the recycling. And you can see that during the EPR in 2011, that was the last year of a proper EPR scheme organized by Packers Filler, that the recycling rate was 59.3%, and nearly all the material streams for packaging were reached the targets, except glass, which was at the beginning of the EPR was in a very bad condition, but we managed to increase quite to a high level the glass collection as well. If you follow the results until 2019, you can see that all the changes aimed at the centralization proved unsuccessful, because even in 2019, all the results for all material types are lower than in 2011. And unfortunately, glass is in a very, very bad condition, the collection and recycling of the glass. So Hungary is going to have quite a difficult time to reach the new EU targets, not even the 2012 one. So I would like to tell you a bit more than about the new system of the concession. The Hungarian government published a concession award procedure in 2021, and the concession's duration will be for 35 years. The contract was signed in July 2022. What's going to be included into this system will be the integrated waste management services to institutions, the industrial and commercial waste, about 1.8 million business organizations. And under the concession, from 5.4 million tons of integrated waste management services to institutions, 0.8 million tons will be included. And also the integrated public waste management service, the household waste, the whole household waste, with 3,155 settlements with 4.5 million households. And altogether 3.6 million tons of waste. Also, EPR and DRS will be with the concession company. Producers will have only the simple financial responsibility. The manufacturer, the producer, fulfills the extended producer obligation through the concession company. So the concession is responsible for organizing and providing the following public services in the administrative territory of Hungary: the receipt, the collection, the transport, the pre-treatment, the trade and transfer, all the invoicing, all the reporting, and the communication and attitude formation. MOL will provide municipal waste management services as a single licensor in Hungary. MOL is a Hungarian gas and petrol company, and they are on the stock market. They don't have a history with waste management, but they won the concession for 35 years, and it will be starting 1st of July 2023. They will be responsible for 5 million tons waste per year, So the total waste stream will be falling under the concession system. They will have to invest 185 billion forints. They will be investing to infrastructure for collection, for sorting, for DRS, for IT, and they said they are going to build an incinerator. They will be doing some acquisition, so such as NHKV. So they are NHKV will become in the ownership of the concession of MOL, and also NHS, the public service provider, will become also into the ownership of MOL. Some details of the conditions related to the concession. So the components of the remuneration of the concession will be the public service fee for households, or the public service fee for institutions. This is the fee related to the performance of the waste management institutional activity, and the sales revenue from the sale of the waste belonging to the concession company. So the secondary material will belong to the concession company, and this fee, what they will get for the secondary materials, will not be deductible from the EPR fees. All the fees will be proposed and determined with the Hungarian Energy and Public Regulatory Authority. The Ministry for Innovation and Technology will decide about the fees, as well about the EPR fees. So we can say that all the fees are de facto set by the state. And just to understand how difficult this job is going to be in the future, I'm showing you all the material related waste streams under the concession system. So packaging, the single-use plastic, the soup, accumulators and batteries, tires, commercial printing paper, waste vehicles, textile, drying oil, paper stationery, and wooden furniture. So they will have to build systems, EPR systems, for all these material streams in such a short time, because until now, and we have only half a year to go to start the system, we even do not have the drafts for EPR, neither for the DRS system, because the concession will be responsible for the mandatory deposit fee system as well, for plastic beverage packaging, for metal beverage packaging, also for one-way glass beverage packaging, for multi-way beverage packaging, and in the second step, the beverage carton packaging. So the related degrees are still under preparation. We are waiting now for months to have a possibility to see the drafts also for EPR and also for DRS. Just a short explanation how they are planning to start the system. So all the fees will be set by the Hungarian Energy and Public Regulatory Authority. So the EPR fee calculation will be on the basis of the concessionaire's reasonable cost, the data collection and justification, the official waste disposal fee calculation. and all the other fees for sorting, for managing the waste will be decided by the Hungarian energy and public regulatory authorities. The minister will announce the fees by regulation, and hopefully there will be an EPR forum and a work council as a consultative bodies. The waste authority will do the registration of the producers and the reporting of data on quantities placed on the market. They will be responsible for the analysis of the waste composition as well. So just to explain you the major concerns regarding this new system, but we are just supposing these concerns because we still don't know the exact framework of the managing of the whole system and how we will have to do our job in the future. So we think that it makes impossible to enforce the EPR principles because producer will not be able to become responsible for the following 35 years. The EU regulation of EPR presupposes a functioning market economy and market competition between the actors. The concession system eliminates competition between waste market participants. The concessionaire acts on behalf of the producers, but without their authorization, direction, and control, which is in itself contradictory. The cost that presupposes the effective operation actually required are only possible in a competitive environment. Eliminates the free movements of the goods in the waste sector. The concession system is not able to provide the conditions for transparency and participation of the producers concerned in setting the EPR charges. So on the contrary, it aims at cross-financing and which fundamentally violates the polluter pays principle. At the moment, we do not know if there will be the exclusion of self-compliance for case of packaging or not, because we do not know the detailed legal background. As the EPR organization can only be reimbursed for costs that allow it to operate efficiently, it must be non-profit making. But the law does not impose such a condition on the concessionaire. And we know that MOL is a profit-oriented company. So to tell the truth, we are quite worried what's going to wait for us for the next 35 years because as I said at the beginning, we are in November now, 2022, and this new, very difficult and wide system will have to start in 2003, 1st of July. And we still do not know which kind of detailed regulations will be in force by that time. So I would like to thank you for your attention, and I hope you are not going to step our way in the future.
Ms. Beata Göncu, thank you so much for your brief speech and presentation, the last situation in Hungary, and as you name it, EPR or something else. This was the final speech of that session, the current situation of the EU in transition to circular economy and extended producer responsibility. Thanks a lot again to all of our participants from all over the world, all over Europe. And thank you all for listening here together with us and through the live broadcast of ÇEVRE TV and ÇEVKO also. Let's applaud one more time our participants. Thank you so much. Mr. Göncu, Miss Göncu, Mr. Shikir, and together Miss Romanska from Expra and Mr. Kuaden from Expra again. Thank you so much, and see you in our next conference, maybe in Istanbul or somewhere else together with you. Thank you so much. Evet, böylelikle bu oturumun sonuna geldik.
That would be the end of this session. We are a bit lagging behind the agenda. We have a lunch break now, and after the lunch break, we will be continuing with 3 more sessions in the afternoon. Thank you very much for your attention.